The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges,
Absent.
Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram,
Excused.
Danielson,
Good morning.
Donovan, Fields,
Present.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Hackes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston,
Here.
Lundin, Moreno, Pedersen,
Here.
Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Again? Story.
Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger. I didn't see Bridges. Check. Should I go ahead and call the president? Oh, okay. Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 33 present, 1 absent, 1 excused, and we have a quorum. Will the good Senator from Monument please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ladies, gentlemen, staff, friends, colleagues, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Approval of the journal, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Thursday, March 24th be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
correctly engrossed Senate Bills 178, 55, 57, 110, 153, Senate Joint Resolution 9.
Will the clerk please add Senator Bridges to the roll? Committee reports.
March 24, 2022, Committee on Education. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1252 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. March 24, 2022, Committee on Education. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1275 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. March 24, 2022, the Committee on Education has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirm members of the Colorado Commission on Higher Education effective July 2nd, 2021 for a term expiring July 1st, 2025. Aaron Harbor of Lafayette, Colorado, a resident of the 2nd Congressional District and a Democrat appointed. Jim Wilson of Salida, Colorado, a resident of the 5th Congressional District and a Republican appointed. March 24, 2022, Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 158 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. March 24, 2022, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1072 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 57?
Senate Bill 57, Senators Cook and Fields, Representative Wiseman, concerning measures to support victims of violent crime who suffer brain injuries as a result and in connection, making therewith an appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 57 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 57. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 57 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Hansen, Janal, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Kolker, Rodriguez, Bridges, Buckner, Zenzinger, Lee, Winter, Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Gardner, Lundin, Simpson, Minority Leader, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Pedersen, Story, Danielson. Please add the president. Liston. You know, Senator Cook, there's an easier way for us to have done that.
There's a shortcut for that.
I'd like to hear the names.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 55?
Senate Bill 55, Senators Cook and Hansen, Representative Robertson McKean, concerning increased alcohol monitoring for impaired driving offenders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 55 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 55. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 55 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Donovan, Gonzalez, Lee, Jaquez Lewis, Danielson, Pedersen, Bridges, Buckner, Story, Majority Leader Moreno. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 110?
Senate Bill 110, Senators Sonnenberg and Kolker, Representative Pelton, concerning a requirement that a wind-powered energy generation facility be equipped with a light mitigation technology.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 110 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 110. Are there any no votes? By the grace of God, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, somehow Senate Bill 110 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Heisey, Simpson, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Woodward, Smallwood, Rankin, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Donovan, Hanson, Janal, Fields, Liston. Is there somebody? Senator Zenzinger, was your hand up? Sorry to call you out that way. Please add the president. Yeah. It's Friday. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 001, Senators Buckner and Henriksen, Representative Rickson Tipper, concerning crime prevention through safer streets utilizing design management strategies and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage. Dear colleagues, one thing we all agree on both sides of the aisle. We believe on both sides of the aisle that we have to do something about crime. Do not make Senate Bill 1 into something it is not. But let's talk about what it is. It is one tool in the toolbox to deal with crime in our communities. It is one of the signature bills for this session because it addresses one of the biggest issues that our state is dealing with. Who knows better about their communities than the people who live in those communities? This bill allows local governments to work with communities to develop grant programs. Director of the Division of Criminal Justice at the Department of Public Safety, Joe Tomey, was misquoted yesterday, and I want to clarify again. He said this bill is not the only solution to rising crime, and that it is a tool that works alongside and enhances other crime prevention strategies. It is a key part of a series of bills that address public safety that will be administered through the Colorado Department of Public Safety. It was said that municipalities do not need more money to address this issue. Well, that is not what I've been hearing from local governments and law enforcement. That's why they support this bill. So I strongly disagree with the statement that was made yesterday. The testimony in committee made it very clear that municipalities would very much welcome these additional resources that will help prevent crime and increase safety in their communities. Importantly, this bill makes it very clear that these funds are not just for the Denver metro area, and I hope my colleagues can keep that in mind when we talk about increasing public safety throughout the whole state. That's why it is my view that we should not be taking options off the table to address the rising rate of crime in Colorado. We need a variety of solutions that can be deployed in our varied communities throughout the state. Rural communities also suffer from high crime, and in many cases, they are stretched thin and need more resources. This bill will do just that. I live in Aurora, as you all know, and we have been all over the headlines because of the rise in crime. During committee, we heard from sheriffs, police chiefs, city council members, municipalities that they need more resources to reverse these trends. This bill is more than intent. It is about what we can do with and as a state and at the local level with important grants that deploy the evidence-based strategies of crime prevention through environmental design. My co-prime sponsor, Senator Hendrickson, knows what Pueblo needs, and he knows that that may differ from what Aurora needs, or what Montrose needs, or what Durango needs, or what Colorado Springs needs or Fort Collins. The point is, we need to be flexible and give communities the resources that work for their needs to increase public safety in their communities. Yesterday, it was also said that responsibilities of local government should be addressed through land use and zoning. Perhaps some needs can be addressed that way, but I cannot accept the notion that we should take options and resources off the table that could help our communities improve public safety. So the notion that land use and zoning is how we can take care of this issue falls flat, in my opinion. Instead, let's come up with real solutions that enhance the other strategies that we will be presenting during this session, such as a bill that I'm working on with the senator from Weld County that will focus on multidisciplinary crime prevention strategies, as well as law enforcement, workforce training, recruitment, retention, tuition, and diversification. As I close, I want to point out that the Colorado Counties Incorporated works directly with county commissioners, and they are in support of this bill. Colorado Municipal League, who assist and work directly with cities and towns, support this bill. The City of Aurora and Colorado Springs support this bill, as well as along with other cities, counties, and towns. Other supporters include the Colorado Police Protective Association, the Colorado District Attorney's Council, the County Sheriffs of Colorado, the American Institute of Architects, the Colorado Catholic Conference, and the Archdiocese of Denver. The full list of supporters is much longer, but I think you all get the point. These groups truly understand the issue, and I, for one, want to stand with them to pass Senate Bill 1 and reject the rhetoric that there is only one way to solve the issue of rising crime in Colorado. Let's do the right thing, colleagues, for the communities and our state, and join together to support this legislation. Let's rebuild community trust by working with law enforcement and our municipalities to make our streets safer. If we truly believe we need to unite as a state to reduce crime, please vote yes on Senate Bill 1.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my friend from Aurora and my new friend from Pueblo. Senate Bill 1, avoid offering my opinion, but just read from it. Senate Bill 1, the first bill of the year that is traditionally reserved for an agenda bill. What will this session be about? When I was majority leader, we had one about transportation, Senate Bill 1, that, with the help of our friend from Arvada, eventually passed unanimously. That was the most important issue that year. I'll be voting no on Senate Bill 1 this year, but not because I disagree with my friend from Aurora or the gentleman from Pueblo. I know that for the people of Colorado, the top 3 priorities right now are affordability, public safety, and education. So in looking at this bill, I think it touches one primarily, public safety, and a second one has to do with it as well, that's affordability. How are we spending $10.3 million taxpayer dollars? This is how we're spending $10.3 million taxpayer dollars to address public safety. And again, not my opinion. You can find these words on page 3, line 7 of the engrossed version of the bill. This bill will provide grants to local jurisdictions for better lighting. That's good. I've been told security around my home, whether it's burglars or coyotes looking to get in our backyard because my wife's 2 dogs are out there running around. Better lighting, good thing. So is that bad that we're providing funding to local jurisdictions through grants to create better lighting? No, that's not bad. But I just asked the people of Colorado, do you think that that's going to reduce crime in your community? Maybe you do. Improved trash collection. Am I criticizing that? No. Cleaning up the streets, probably a good thing to reduce crime. I remember in New York City, there was a policy, I think it was called broken window or broken glass. And where you find broken windows, you typically find higher crime. So removing trash, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would say that's a good thing in general. But does it get to higher rates of crime? Maybe you think it does, maybe you don't. Access control. I'm not an expert in environmental design, so I won't criticize that, but access control is okay. Maybe that's a good thing. Then there's D, the fourth thing, territorial reinforcement. I have no idea what that means. But maybe that's a good thing, a good way to reduce crime, territorial reinforcement. Improved space management. That's what the bill is really about, is approved space management. And on the committee that will consider grant requests, this is on page 5, line 14, one of those committee members will be an architect with experience in environmental design. I'm not an expert in public safety, but I would have thought law enforcement officers would come before architects with expertise in environmental design, but that's what this bill proposes to do. So, better lighting, improved trash collection, access control, territorial reinforcement, and improved space management are what this bill focuses on. How $10.3 million will be spent through grants to local jurisdictions. That's where the money has to go. Where will the money not go? Ensuring that money, this is on page 3 of the engrossed bill, line 15. Ensuring that money from the grant award is not used for, number 1, hiring law enforcement or code enforcement personnel or peace officers. I would have thought that would be the first thing it would do, but that's the first thing that it can't do. It will not do that. Then I want to thank my friend from Denver. She ran an amendment yesterday that I supported. These dollars will not be used for facial recognition purposes. I don't like that technology in the hands of our government. I think that intrudes on freedom and liberty and how you want to go live your life. Kind of like DNA collection. There's a line there. If you've committed a felony, yeah, let's take a DNA sample and see if you've committed other felonies. But I don't really support that for most misdemeanors. And when we get to facial recognition purposes, I think whoever you are, you get to move around out there in the public. In this state and nation, you get to move around with freedom and liberty. And it's none of government's business where you are when. And the one that my friend from Denver added, surveillance programs that utilize networks of sensors to detect gunshots, commonly referred to as a spot shotter program. If you have fireworks or a backfire or loud drums or whatever it might be in your community, that's none of government's business either. And I appreciate my friend from Denver pointing out that there was a recent incident where this technology failed to detect where gunshots occurred and failed to help law enforcement track down the perpetrator. My no vote is not to criticize the effort. My no vote is that I think that our priorities should be different. I think our priorities should be in hiring more law enforcement officers. And I appreciate my friend from Aurora working with the assistant minority leader, the former sheriff of Weld County. There will be another bill that addresses that. But I wanted to take a moment to just talk about what Senate Bill 1 actually does and what it doesn't do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 1, and let me tell you a little bit why, just from my own personal experience in managing property and real estate. There are subtle things that can be done in a town, a neighborhood, to make it a more livable place and to impart a sense of community and not the grittiness of, say, imagine what the Bronx might have looked like in the 70s or something. Things such as lighting, additional greenery, more walkable space, cleaning up trash, cleaning up graffiti. These are all the things that local government should be empowered to do that study after study shows will reduce crime. Think of the term broken window theory. And honestly, it's something that the mayor of New York many years ago, I believe Giuliani employed. It's one of the tactics he employed to turn New York City around in the 90s. So I will be a wholeheartedly yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Simpson, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, the Minority Leader, Woodward, Smallwood, Scott, Liston. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 1 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Hansen, Lee, Janal, Zenzinger, Winter, Pedersen, Fields, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Danielson, Gonzalez, Story. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 7?
Senate Bill 7, Senators Story and Lee, Representatives Cutter and Snyder, concerning outreach to the public relating to wildfire risk mitigation practices and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 7 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I repeat my opposition from the second reading on this bill, which seems odd because it's wildfire related. But what it really asks for is an outreach effort to enhance this wildfire awareness month. What concerns me is this is one more task force or one more group, and we're asking our, hopefully overworked, I know they are, individuals from the Division of Fire Prevention and Control, U.S. Forest Service, and our federal partners to engage in a task force to think about, to work on outreach. And as I have often said, my constituents are pretty aware of wildfires. In the last 2 years, I've walked in the ashes of people's homes, literally before they knew that they had no home to return to. I've dealt with people who a year later are dealing with insurance, trying to get their claims adjusted. And more importantly, I've visited with local fire departments. We're doing a lot better job of detecting fires. The public safety problem here, and we talk about public safety as being number one high priority for us. The public safety issue is detecting fires and putting them out. We detected hundreds more fires last year, and we're sending local fire departments to put them out, often with 25-year-old safety equipment, taking away time from their jobs, without adequate coverage for their health concerns. So it's a question of priority for me. I just believe, and I think it's worth saying, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about local fire departments as well. I think that that's where our officials in these departments, and that's where our money ought to be focused, is helping local fire departments be better equipped to get the fire and put it out. So I have really no strong objections to spending money on anything related to wildfires, but my sense of priority tells me that we ought to be helping our local fire departments and try instead of running a public relations campaign.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't disagree with most of what my colleague from Rifles said about the needs for fire mitigation and safety equipment and early detection and mitigation activities. All of that is important. This bill it's public relations, it's advertising, it's getting the word out. That's part of a comprehensive strategy to deal with wildfire mitigation. We are in an environmental crisis in Colorado with droughts and wildfire and drying air and water shortages, and it's going to be with us a long time. So this bill is a consciousness-raising effort to make people aware of it. We know from shows like Mad Men on TV that advertising works, and bringing things into the forefront of people's consciousness is extremely important. And you don't just do it once and forget about it. You have to keep doing it. There was programs to eradicate methamphetamines a few years ago when that was an epidemic, and there were hard-hitting advertising campaigns to bring that into people's awareness. That's what this bill is about. This is to educate homeowners who are busy living their lives, conducting their activities, and wildfires are not in the forefront of their thoughts until Waldo or Marshall or Black Forest occurs. Then they're aware of it, and it may be too late. $600,000 is a lot of money in one sense. It may be the price of one house in another sense. So to make the public aware of the needs to do wildfire mitigation in their homes is critically important, and we think this is just one piece of a comprehensive strategy. So we ask for your support for this bill.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I encourage your support for Senate Bill 7. This is absolutely an example of a yes and strategy, where, of course, resources for fire departments are critically important. Of course, additional resources for wildfire mitigation is incredibly important, but so is this. So is raising awareness for homeowners of their responsibilities to conduct fire mitigation on their own properties. The Joint Budget Committee had the privilege of doing some touring this past summer, and we visited a local government that showed us two homes, one that had been mitigated for risk of wildfire and one that did not. And it was very stark and clear that the one that hadn't been mitigated for fire risk, if there were a fire, that home would absolutely burn to the ground. But the home that did, they severely mitigated that risk. And so I asked, do you think that these homeowners are aware of or have taken advantage of the tax credit the state offers to encourage wildfire mitigation? No. The answer was homeowners have no idea, no awareness of that program. That's why Senate Bill 7 is so important, to try to get people more aware of their responsibilities for wildfire mitigation and of the programs that the state has to help them with that. I encourage your support.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I concur with the comments that have been made by the last three folks who have stood up here in the well. This bill is all about the outreach and education of people who live in the WUI. It is imperative, while they may be certainly aware of wildfires, we have lived, all of us across the state, for months on end in the last few summers with intense smoke that has been very disturbing for many of us. We are aware that wildfires are a thing. The issue is that people are aware, but they don't necessarily have the education or understand their sense of responsibility for mitigating their own properties, or the options out there that they can tap into and resources to help get that expensive work done. So that's what the point is behind this bill, and it's an expansion of a program that is already underway, and then offering opportunities for additional outreach as this task force sees fit. And it is not about suppression, but there is a bill for that. It is not about recovery. There is a bill for that. And it's not about the mitigation per se. It is about the education of the people in the WUI that really need to be stimulated to recognize that they own responsibility for mitigating their property that will save their own property and but potentially their community if they all work together. So I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 7. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Smallwood, Woodward, Cook, Minority Leader, Scott, Liston. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, Senate Bill 7 is passed. Co-sponsors: Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Janal, Buckner, Danielson. Please add the president.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 153?
Senate Bill 153, Senators Fenberg and Pereira, Representative Lundin, concerning increasing internal election security measures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 153 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, today I want to talk about my experience in 2020 and part of the reason I support this piece of legislation. Knocked on doors all that summer, spring and fall, and it was apparent to me by about July that the chief executive of the United States of America was going to lose. And in fact, I was only surprised he didn't lose by more, not just in this state, but nationally. And so it really bothered me when a certain narrative was starting to be spun before, during, and after the election. And then, enough people, and I've recounted this before in the well, my mother included, started arguing with me about what I had experienced firsthand day in and day out for 7, 8, 9 months. So it's just, to me, it is very dangerous. It's probably one of the more dangerous things in my lifetime for us to be dabbling with misinformation and people bending the truth and, in my opinion, just flat out lying about facts that are provable and which I experienced firsthand and told people months before the actual ballots were counted just based on experience, not only in 2020, but in prior elections where I could kind of tell who was going to win, who was going to lose, just based on conversations, numerous conversations with different parties, unaffiliated, so on and so forth. So this piece of legislation, I think, strikes the right balance. It adds education components. It adds verification components, like 2 people have to be together. It also adds the video component, as well as some other parts. And quite honestly, if I actually believed in the conspiracy and was super concerned about election integrity, this is the type of legislation I would actually like. But understanding that you're never going to please everyone all the time, I understand there will be people that will continue to be suspicious of this bill and any other bill, regardless of what amendments are made to it, so on and so forth going forward. I just really hope and pray for the sake of our elections as the state of Colorado and the civil discourse, which we have been very blessed to enjoy for generations in this nation, that more rational minds come together and call it for what it is and move forward in enjoying the fruits of our representative democracy, which our founders, with their blood, sweat, tears, and fortunes, sacrificed for us. Again, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 153.
Which you wants to go? Minority Leader Holbert. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam President. As introduced, Senate Bill 153 would have radically reshaped the way elections are administered in this state. It would have allowed the Secretary of State to become both the prosecutor and the enforcer of election law, roles which the American legal system has traditionally held separate. We eschew as Americans this idea of judge, jury, and executioner. We know that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It would have also sullied the free speech protections of the First Amendment by punishing speech acts by election officials that you and I might disagree with, but are nonetheless the constitutional right of every American to make. Now, I'm grateful that the majority party reconsidered these radical provisions in the bill and chose to take a slightly different path. Unfortunately, the amendments adopted by this body on the second reading do not change the fact that Senate Bill 153 will wrest control of elections from the government that serves the people best, the one closest to the people in Colorado. That means our county clerks and recorders. A number of provisions in the bill remain that, in my view, and in much of the Republican caucus's view, are extreme and problematic. The amended bill would continue to mandate that duly elected county clerks complete a certification program before they're able to serve as elections officials. This is an offense to democracy, the very thing that Senate Bill 153 seeks to safeguard. This certification program is not international or even nationally recognized. It's not a specific credential. It's a curriculum, and the qualifications of its instructors have not been defined in any great detail by any body. Rather, this is a program that operates entirely at the discretion of the Secretary of State. We don't require that duly elected district attorneys across the state satisfy training requirements defined by the Attorney General. So why would we require our clerks and recorders to answer to the Secretary of State in this way? Section 7 of the amended bill would prohibit an individual from serving as an election official if they've been convicted of certain crimes. I would note that the crimes indicated here appear to be more about politics than about serious policy considerations. Do the bill sponsors believe the persons convicted of any election offense or sedition, treason, conspiracy, or any similar federal offense, heinous all, are not fit to serve as election officials, but that first-degree murderers, child abusers, kidnappers are fit to serve? Also heinous crimes. This prohibition on persons convicted of certain crimes from serving as election officials would appear to closely resemble the amendment to the City of Aurora's charter, which was passed by voters in 1961, which prohibits that, quote, persons convicted of a felony shall not become a candidate and are not qualified to hold elective office. This provision is currently being challenged in court by the ACLU of Colorado on the basis that it violates the state constitution. the bill continues to fly too close to constitutional infringement by half. Our state constitution provides that former felons regain rights of citizenship after completing their sentences, and our state Supreme Court has found that the right to run for office is defined as a fundamental right. For these reasons, Senate Bill 153 flies in the face of our state constitution, even as amended. Again, the very thing the bill claims to protect. Section 9 of the bill requires that all local governments in the state of Colorado use electronic voting machines, a blatant violation of our strong tradition of respecting local control. Colleagues, I've heard from many of my constituents, you probably have too, that they don't have confidence in the electronic voting machines. Regardless of how some in this chamber may feel about those concerns, the fact remains that many people across this state, certainly many from my district and my county, have concerns, and they have a right to determine what mechanisms will be used to count votes in our elections, just as the people of Boulder and Adams counties have the right to decide how they will count the votes cast in their election. We find more mandates governing in great detail where voting machines are maintained, the use of electronic surveillance systems, key card access systems, and the bill offers a paltry $500,000 for 64 counties to support the costs associated with all of these mandates. Colleagues, you hear, and we are all deeply concerned on an ongoing basis from the counties about unfunded mandates. This is an unfunded mandate, unattainable, unachievable in many ways, put upon the backs of counties and improperly, incompletely funded, should it be the will of the General Assembly. Colleagues, considering that compliance with this bill will likely involve major capital projects for many of our local governments, that sum is definitely not sufficient. Finally, Senate Bill 153 will undermine the important role that county canvass boards play in assuring the integrity of our elections, effectively allowing again the consolidation of power in the hands of the Secretary of State to overrule those local bodies. According to Colorado Revised Statutes 110.101.5, canvass boards have three responsibilities: reconcile the ballots cast in an election to confirm the number of ballots counted in the election does not exceed the number of ballots cast in that election. A equals A. 1 plus 1 must equal 2. Reconcile the ballots cast in each precinct in the county to confirm that the number of ballots cast does not exceed the number of registered electors in the precinct. You can't have more people voting than should be voting. And 3, certify the abstract of votes cast in any election and transmit that certification to the Secretary of State. A majority of the canvass board members' signatures shall be sufficient to certify the abstract of votes cast in any election. When unable, this is critical, when unable to certify the abstract of votes by the majority of the board for any reason, the canvass board shall transmit the non-certified abstracts to the votes to the Secretary of State, along with a written report detailing the reason for non-certifications. Senate Bill 153 states that if the canvass board dutifully conducts its review and finds there is a discrepancy between the number of ballots cast and the number of ballots counted, the Secretary of State can simply ignore the board's concerns and certify the results of an election in any given county. Now, that was amended slightly. A representative of the Secretary of State in consultation with the county commissioners, but it's still a consolidation of power into the hands of the Secretary of State. County commissioners can't say no, they simply get to say, yes, that person's acceptable for the Secretary of State to force his or her Republican or Democrat will. How are we to support the integrity of elections if we're silencing the very people that our laws have designated as the auditors of that system? Concerning increasing internal election security measures. That's the title of 153. But it could not be further from the truth. For the truth is that if passed, this amended Senate Bill 153 will put the results of elections in doubt as millions of Colorado voters across the state look upon an electoral system that is administered by a hyper-partisan politician here in Denver, away from the seats of county government that best represent the interests of the people. I continue with my strenuous urging of a no vote on Senate Bill 153. Madam President, thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleague from Monument for that very thorough review of the original version of Senate Bill 153 and the current version of Senate Bill 153. For those who have advocated against this bill, thank you. Hundreds, thousands of emails. Earlier this week, dozens or maybe 100 advocates here in the Capitol passing out information about their opposition to the bill. Thank you. It's after COVID, it's rather nice to see advocates here in the people's Capitol advocating the people's position to the legislators elected to represent the people. Mr. President, I want to say thank you for two amendments that you offered early. One in particular that took out that section of the bill as introduced that trampled on the First Amendment. We may or may not agree on that description, but in my opinion, and in the opinion of hundreds of people outside the Capitol who have emailed and those who came here, clearly that was a trampling of the First Amendment, and that's out of the bill. Thank you. Thank you also for the discussion here in the well, the amendment that clarified if there needs to be someone sent into a county that the election has gone awry, there needs to be someone else to go in and supervise, that the Secretary of State can't just do that on his or her own authority. It's after consultation with the county commissioners, and I think that fairly accurately describes how that decision was made in the past year. Thank you for that amendment. And thank you, advocates, because your voice was heard. I'm still a no vote on Senate Bill 153, even after those amendments. I can stand here and say thank you to the President, the bill sponsor, and I can still declare I'm a no vote. Why? Well, after the Civil War, people moved west to this fascinating new place called the Colorado Territory, and one of the things that was common among those people who came here was that they drafted the original state constitution, 1875 into 1876, and then voted on it and approved it, and that state constitution embraced this fascinating new dynamic in government called local control. It allowed people to settle in communities like Pueblo or Strasburg and establish their communities in different ways. I'm afraid that we're starting to lose an increasingly losing perspective on local control as people move to Colorado from states where top-down centralized control is more the norm. You would find that if you study state constitutions of states east of Colorado that joined the Union, were admitted to the Union before Colorado. If you go back to the original 13, you'll definitely find more top-down centralized control in those state constitutions and probably in the way those state governments operate today. If we could get in a time machine and go back and ask Thomas Jefferson what jurisdiction he owed his allegiance to, where his citizenship resided, it would probably be the state, Virginia. Probably not these United States as they were originally referred to. It would be the state. We don't think of it that way commonly in our modern society. We're citizens of this country and residents of this sort of franchise known as a state. That's not the way it began. A few years ago, there was a bill, there was legislation with a Republican Secretary of State that at least encouraged, if not required, county clerks to use one particular vendor to process votes. It was as we transitioned from going to the polls, the ballot, going vote at the polls, pulling a lever, flipping switches, to voting at home. 95% of us vote now, I think that's still the average, by mail. But that year there was a push to have all 64 counties use the same electronic system to count ballots and record the results. One county clerk said no. I think he had to take that no to court, and he prevailed. His no held. And to Douglas County Clerk and Recorder Merlin Klotz, who's finishing his 8th and final term as our county clerk, thank you, Clerk Klotz. Turned out that was a really good decision on your part. And people who live in Douglas County since the November 2020 elections who have expressed their concerns to me, and I think my colleague from Douglas County would probably relate the same perspective. The first thing I have observed to voters in Douglas County is you understand that we don't use that technology here in Douglas County. And if you don't want that technology, that company used in Douglas County, maybe go down to Castle Rock or pick up the phone and tell Clerk Klotz, thank you. I've encouraged people who live in the other 63 counties that if they have questions about the technology used in their county, go talk to your county clerk and recorder first, because he or she is the one that signs that outsourced service agreement, not us. And I think my clerk serves as an example that at least then the clerks under local control did have the authority to say no. With passage of Senate Bill 153, I think that's further jeopardized, further in question. Maybe not. But I don't want that to be questioned. I'm elected from a county called Douglas. It was one of the original counties here in this Colorado territory. In 1861, Douglas County stretched from the foothills all the way out to Kansas. It's a lot smaller now. But it was one of those original territorial counties. I think Arapahoe is another. Weld, there we go. See, I'm learning a little history myself. But now there's 64 of those in Colorado, 64 counties. I believe 62 or 63 of the county clerks are elected by the people, Broomfield and possibly Denver. I'm not sure if the Denver clerk is elected or appointed, but Broomfield is elected. So one appointed, Broomfield, and 63 elected clerks. Those clerks are allowed to be different. Not allowed, they are different because they represent different communities. Some might be more left, some might be more right, some might be more in the middle. And those political alignments might change over hundreds of years, like from 1861 when we became a territory, 1876 when we became a state. Anybody here, anybody vote in the 1876 election? No. Oh, my good friend from Sterling. Yes. A little humor on Friday. But there's 390,000 people now, I'm not sure the total population down in Douglas County, who get to elect our own county clerk. And that county clerk is the elected official who's in charge of conducting elections in our county. The designated election official. In school board elections, I think some of that delegation actually goes to the secretary of the school board to process petitions and all, but then all of that goes over our county clerk, and we have an election within Douglas County. When it's a statewide election or a national election, our county clerk takes those results, tabulates those votes, yes, no, undervote, overvote, and then sends that data off to the Secretary of State, who does not conduct elections in our county. or any of the other counties. The county clerks do. So Senate Bill 153 comes to us, and I understand the Clerks Association is strongly in support. Not unanimously in support, because I believe my county clerk has had concerns over Senate Bill 153. And I think some of his concerns have been addressed by the amendments that the bill sponsor, the Senate President, supported. And we voted through yesterday. So thank you again.
Minority Leader, would you like to go into your second 10 minutes?
Yes, Madam President, please. Senate Bill 153, I'm still concerned about the erosion of local control. And maybe the bill sponsor will come and explain why he disagrees with me, but that's okay. We've disagreed about things before. And I'm sure we will again. 47 more days that we can find disagreement on things. But I am a no vote on Senate Bill 153. Not because I think there's something nefarious necessarily. That First Amendment issue was my biggest concern, and it's gone. But because I want to make sure that in the future, for the next 50 or 100 or 150 years, that the people of Douglas County can be assured that their county clerk and recorder is conducting their elections and is accountable to them, us, for the results, the tabulation, the accuracy. As people have expressed concern about poll watchers, election watchers, different positions in other states, I've been quick to say we don't live in those other states. How they conduct their elections in Pennsylvania, clearly different than we conduct the elections in Colorado. How elections are conducted in Denver County might be different than how we conduct elections in Douglas County. Not significantly, because we have state law that applies to all, but with the understanding that we have local control. And I've encouraged people in Douglas County, if you're concerned about how far away people were standing from ballots being counted or opened or examined in Pennsylvania, for instance, go talk to Clerk Klotz. I bet that he will be very happy to have you volunteer to help with the next election in Douglas County, to observe. And then you can find out how close you get to stand and observe. And you may hear in Douglas County, in Colorado, and that may be different than what happened in some other state, because states are different. Mr. President, I want to conclude where I started and just say thank you for your willingness to support certain amendments that took certain concerns out of the bill. Thank you. It's better than it was, but in the interest of local control and in the concerns of my clerk, I'll be a no vote on Senate Bill 153. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been listening to the conversations from my colleagues from this side of the aisle with a little wonder and incredulity, because I thought that just a few minutes ago we were talking about cracking down on criminals and increasing public safety being a core priority for the state. Apparently not when it comes to, ensuring election integrity. So, let me take a step back. How did we get here? We had the leader of a major political party purvey the big lie to undermine democracy, to intentionally deceive the American people, and it resulted in an attempted coup on our country. County clerks and election workers across this country are dealing with the ramifications of that lie. Here we are today in our own state. I just want to read for a moment some words that I found pretty compelling. Now, we all know that not here in Colorado, but Congress, the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, that they've conducted a quite thorough investigation. And Representative Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois, compares the conspiracy theories to a cancer eating away at his own party, and that feeding that cancer is the big lie. And I want to read a few quotes from him. The thing that's most concerning is that it has endured in the face of all evidence. And I've gotten to wonder if there is actually any evidence that would ever change certain people's minds. Most importantly, in my mind, what is the rot in the system that led up to January 6th? And where have we come since? And how do we stop anything like this from happening again? Because even though January 6th technically failed, there's a lot of areas where you can learn from if your goal is to overthrow a legitimate election and potentially do it successfully next time. Let us learn, colleagues, from our mistakes. Let us ensure that in the name of public safety and truth, that we hold people to account when they intentionally move forward policies and practices that would undermine the security and sanctity of our elections. That's what Senate Bill 153 seeks to do, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I did not speak on second reading. I thought I would save my 10 or 20 minutes of comments for a moment in time when more might be listening and considering seriously my opposition to Senate Bill 153. First of all, I do want to thank the President for making two very constructive amendments, but I must continue to oppose the bill. Now, one of my thoughts yesterday, sometimes you probably shouldn't share them, but I will, was that, you know, we're pretty prone from time to time to name bills here in the Colorado General Assembly for whoever, and I considered briefly yesterday carrying an amendment to call this Jenna's Law or Tina's Law. Because that dispute is in some way largely what this is about. And I understand the inclination and the motivation to do something about those issues that play out in our press daily. But the system isn't broken. As I think some of you know, I have experience as an international election observer, and one of the things that's been so useful and interesting about that in my own experience, and it's one of the reasons I did that when I was able to do so, was to watch different election systems around the world, election systems that have been enacted and implemented by, in some cases that I observed, Western European democracies that have as equal a commitment as we to accountable and transparent elections. I observed an election in one Western European country where they first used electronic voting machines with no paper record. And ultimately that country's electoral court, and they have different kinds of systems. Some of them have a constitutional court that's different from their Supreme Court. Many of them do. And an election was thrown out because there was no paper record and there was all digital. And what was interesting to me is that that's whole debate had played itself out here in Colorado in times past about, how can you keep a record? How can you demonstrate? How can you be accountable? How can you be transparent? I observed another election where a country was using its first set of mail ballots, and there weren't very many. And I remember one of my colleagues who was the equivalent of a clerk and recorder from another country, and in the report issued some pretty stiff warnings about the handling of mail ballots and how to do that, and that if you're going to do this, you better do it right or else you'll have a problem. Well, it turned out that that country, about 2 cycles later, had an election invalidated because the mail ballots, they hadn't handled them well. And it wasn't even any attempt, I think, as I read the news reports, to steal the election for one or the other. They just didn't know whether everything they had was a valid ballot. So when we have these discussions, they're not invalid, because I see in other countries the same debates and the same questions. And I also see similar kinds of issues play out. And one of the issues that I've seen in other countries, and not in Western European democracies, but in places as you go further east, Belarus being one of them, of the use of laws in the political system to steal elections. Now, let me begin by saying my colleague from Denver talked passionately about January 6th, and my first thought about her remarks and comments was January 6th has nothing to do with this bill. And then my next thought was, or she's absolutely right, it does. It does, and as sometimes is the case, it proves too much. That's exactly the point. This bill is about those politics. I mentioned a moment ago Belarus, which was known until recently as the last dictatorship of Europe, where they had elections, but I'll go out on a limb and say stolen elections. But I found that there's better ways to steal an election than on election day. If you want to do it right, I'm not suggesting that's good, but if you wanted to do it right, you steal it before. You control who can be elected. You control who can be a candidate. We have in Colorado designated the clerk and recorder to be the election official. Or have we? Because we have something called designated election officials, and that seemed, because we have so many other things in Colorado, cities, special districts, school districts, and so we created this thing called a designated election official. And as I've listened to the debate, I thought I need to think about that more fully, because we always intended in Colorado constitutionally that the clerk and recorder was the election official, and now we've created something else. And you say, well, the clerk and recorder may not be unbiased. Well, one of the things I learned in being an election observer is there's no completely and totally unbiased election official. There are just election officials that are more fair-minded than others, and it is an important thing to elect someone to be the election official who is fair-minded of whatever party they are. And I think you've seen around the country, even within internal party disputes, election officials, even here in Colorado, election officials who've, despite a great deal of pressure, have stood up and said, the election I ran, the election that was here, was done properly. It was done carefully. And if you want to know about it, come in and see me. I'll take you from place to place. And if you want to sit down and, you want to do something like sit down with an official from my office and count a precinct, just sample one. If you think your election numbers weren't right, give me a precinct number. Give me another precinct number. We'll sit there and count those by hand. We'll recount them by hand.
Senator, would you like to go in your second 10 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam President, Your Excellency.
Fine for Your Excellency.
Thank you. So, as my colleague from Monument pointed out, this bill has a provision in it that says a person shall not serve as the designated election official for a county or as the coordinated election official if the person has been convicted of any election offense found in Article 13 of Title I or any similar election offense in another state. Well, it kind of opens up any similar election offense in another state. That's a lawyer's dream. But setting that aside, that seems right. I read that, and if I didn't have the experience I do, I'd say, well, well, you wouldn't want that, would you? Except you go to Title I, Article 13, and you start looking at what the election offenses are, and one of them is failure to comply with the requirements of the Secretary of State. Well, you'd say, well, the Secretary of State's the chief election official, and you wouldn't want that. And yet, you might have a Secretary of State who is quite political. You might have another election official who's quite political, and that might play itself out in court. Not every Secretary of State is Secretary Williams or Secretary Busher. Some Secretaries of State might announce for a higher political office within months of taking office and not be interested in being Secretary of State. You might have, with 64 counties, you could have all sorts of things, but they're accountable to the people who elected them. What are what are some of the offenses? Well, you still have false or reckless statements relating to candidates or questions submitted to electors. That's as unconstitutional as it can be, I've always thought. Others may argue with me, but I've known that provision was there for some years. And, you know, you might construe a statement about a ballot issue as being false because of an opinion stated. Says, and that's not clerk and recorder, so no person shall knowingly make, publish, broadcast, or circulate, or cause to be made, publish, broadcast, or circulate in any letter, etc., etc., any false statement designed to affect the vote on any issue submitted to the electors of any election or relating to any candidate for election to public office. I'm just going to tell you, on this side of the aisle, I have had some people bring me some of the literature from your campaigns and say, doesn't this violate 1-13-109? And I've said, if I thought 1-13-109 was constitutional, yeah, but it's not. And have I had material distributed about me? And yes. And I've had people come to me and go, your opponent, Bob, your opponent distributed this, and it's false and reckless. And I've said, yeah, I think so, and it violates 1-13-109, we need to file charges. And I say, this is politics, grow up. But if you want to disqualify a candidate, and if you have a willing, partisan prosecutor, and you have a willing, partisan Secretary of State, you could disqualify someone from office. And you say, well, that won't happen in America. Well, when you put things in law, you can't say where we'll be in 10 years or 30 years or 30 days. This bill creates, however, I assume unintentionally, creates a political sword for any partisan of any party, of any ideology, so long as it gains enough sway to disqualify candidates, to disqualify someone from being clerk and recorder, to use the criminal law to disqualify them not for, as the senator from Monument points out, not for murder, not for burglary, not for that, but for making a false or reckless statement about something. Well, as I've pointed out, there's lots of those in this political business. They're protected under the First Amendment last time I looked, and I pray they continue to be, even if they're made about me. I will say what I have said before. This Bill 153 is not ill-intended. It is very ill-considered. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues,
President, but we'll let you slide.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been hard for me to gather and collect and organize and deliver my thoughts cohesively on this, because this is actually something that is quite emotional for me. Because of what happened on January 6th, because of what happened afterwards, because of what happened before. The threat came from within. The only failed peaceful transfer of power since the Civil War in our country, and the threat came from within. There were the lies that led to an attempted coup, But before that, there was Georgia. There was Brad Raffensperger. There was the suggestion that we find 11,800 votes, or whatever the exact number was. We find the votes where those votes did not exist for the president who was requesting them. But before that, there was Stop the Count. And the areas where it was requested that the count be stopped were quite specific. They were areas like Philadelphia, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, Atlanta, Savannah. Cities and places that have populations that look like Pueblo. And that wasn't a mistake. And then there was Tina Peters. And efforts to change documentation, change data, or create a path forward to do so in future, to modify elections to produce a result that was not true. The safety and security of our free and fair elections are the most important thing that our government does, along with honoring the results of those elections. We came perilously close to failing in that duty, and this bill adds safeguards that ensure that here in Colorado, we continue to do that duty. So many times as I think about what has happened since the 2020 election, the failures, the safeguards that did hold, I keep going back to my time in the military. And I go back to friends I lost. And the reason that I go back to that place in my mind and in my memories is because had what happened since the 2020 election, and what happened on January 6th, and in the time in between those two dates, had the efforts been successful, their sacrifice would have been in vain. My service would have been a failure. The country I loved would no longer have ceased, or would cease to have existed as it had prior. I love this country. I love this country, and had what happened between November 2020 and January 6, 2021 been successful, we would no longer be a country worthy of that service. I'm asking for an aye vote because I want my son to inherit the country that I inherited. I want my son to inherit the greatest nation on earth. I want him to inherit a country worth fighting for. Safeguard our democracy and vote yes on this bill.
Further discussion. President Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the discussion about this bill over the last few days. I want to address just a couple of points that were made today on this third reading. There were a lot of things said about this bill that I don't think are totally accurate. I don't think it's necessarily the best use of our time to go through each one, but I just want to highlight a couple. This bill, it was said, is a bill that allows the Secretary of State to be the prosecutor and enforcer of election law. I've been corrected that it was specifically about as introduced, even as introduced. I don't think that's the case. I'm not sure what in this bill, whether it was as introduced or as amended, would make the Secretary of State a prosecutor. There's a section that was in the bill that said the Secretary may bring a claim to court or bring it through the Attorney General to enforce the election code. Secretary of State, that position, they are elected to be the chief elections officer. Their job, per the Constitution, is actually to be the enforcer of the election code. That is what that role is. So yes, they are the enforcer of the election code. That's why we have that position. Prosecutor, I don't understand that, because I don't understand that criticism. If you are the enforcer of something and somebody is not following that code, normally that would mean you're allowed to bring a suit against that person. That's what the Secretary of State has always been able to do. That's what the Secretary of State will continue to be able to do. The criticism also was about how this bill, as introduced, is about punishing the speech acts of elected officials. As we discussed, the designated election official is not necessarily an elected official. And also, there's no punishment in the bill for that section that people took such offense to. It just said, if you are serving as a designated election official, you can't intentionally lie to people for the purposes of undermining democracy. If you assume that the designated election official isn't always or could be someone other than a county clerk, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you hire someone to do a job, I don't think it's odd that that job description or a contract that that person signs or what have you that lays out what that person should do to be successful in the role of that job. I don't think it's crazy to say you shouldn't lie in a way that is counter to the mission of what your role is in the first place. When we hire a Senate secretary, I think we all expect that that Senate secretary wouldn't lie about what's on the calendar the next day, because that would be counter to the job he or she was hired to do. That's what this is about. We have been told that it adds all these qualifications for elected officials, and that's unconstitutional. And that those qualifications are more about politics than policy. The only qualifications that are added to the role of designated election official are two things, and a previous senator read these. A person shall not serve as the designated election official for a county or as the coordinated election official if the person has been convicted of any election offense found in Article 13 of Title I or any similar election offense in another state, or has been convicted of any offense or conspiracy to commit sedition, insurrection, treason, conspiracy to overthrow government by use of physical force or violence or any similar federal offense. Are we really arguing on if those shouldn't be preconditions to be a designated election official? Again, not to run for office. That's not what that is for. It's not a precondition or qualification to run for office. It's saying if we are handing you the keys to our democracy, to our election system, you should not have, maybe in a previous life been convicted of treason or overthrowing our government. I don't think that's too much to ask. And I would say yes, in a previous moment in time, it might read like hyperbole. It might seem like I'm the conspiracy theorist for writing a bill that even mentions that. But that is not what time we live in now. The time we live in now are people that run for office to run our elections that I would say are dangerously close to committing these crimes. If you have been convicted of treason, there are all kinds of things I wouldn't want you to really be doing in our society, but I hope we can all agree that they shouldn't run our elections. They shouldn't be the ones who count our votes. Because convicted of treason or a conspiracy to commit treason probably means you shouldn't be trusted to count the votes to tell us who our elected leaders will be. I think that is a cornerstone of democracy, not just in this country, but I would hope everywhere. I will also say a senator read through what are election offenses. And yes, some of them are minor, and some of them are very serious. But keep in mind, you have to be convicted of the offense. Not just accused, not just tried, but convicted. And so if there's something in that list of election offenses that isn't enforceable because maybe it's unconstitutional because of a law that this body passed years ago, you're not going to be convicted of it. That language, the qualification that says you can't be a designated election official, which, again, a reminder, is the person who is in charge of elections for that jurisdiction. The head honcho, the head boss of elections in that jurisdiction. That qualification that you can't be convicted of an election offense, that was taken from statute because it is a qualification for election judges. So current law, and I think we can all agree, you should not be hired or brought on as an election judge if you've been convicted of voter fraud. If that person is working under the designated election official, why wouldn't we have that requirement for the designated election official as well? So they're underlings, they're people that carry things out, they're people that make decisions on a daily basis about the validity of our elections. They should not be convicted of voter fraud. But the person that is overseeing them, it's okay if they've been convicted of voter fraud. That would be Orwellian to disqualify them. No, it's taking the same qualification for an election judge and applying it to a designated election official. Why was that not already in statute? Because I believe this chamber and previous legislatures never envisioned this would ever be a problem. Someone who's been convicted of voter fraud is never going to become the designated election official that counts our votes. I don't think that's the world we live in anymore, and that's why this is necessary. We've heard that the bill has been improved a little bit, and I was thanked multiple times for that improvement. I read an email this morning from the Colorado Republican Party saying that breaking news, Boulder Democrat caves to pressure from the Republicans. That email kind of makes me want to run a third reading amendment. But, I won't. But, the opposition to this bill, I think, as it's been accused that I'm doing this for politics, not for policy. At this, well, that was recently just accused, I was accused of that when I said or when I introduce a bill that says that if you commit voter fraud, you probably shouldn't oversee our elections. I think the opposition to this bill is largely about politics, not about policy. And to each their own, and I think people made compelling cases. I would argue a lot of those cases are not based on any of the content in the bill. But, of course, people can be opposed to legislation. People can disagree on policies and different ideas. That's America. That's democracy. And I think we all support that. But the emails I've received, the citizen warrant for my arrest that I received many times, a stack of them, I think those people probably believe what they're saying. I think they're genuine. I think they believe the election was stolen and that I should be arrested for this bill. I would argue that's unconstitutional. But I think their concerns, their beliefs, their truly held beliefs, are based on lies. To be clear, I'm not saying those people are liars. I think their concerns are truthfully held because they have been taken advantage of and sold something for other people's gain that is based on a lie, is based on many lies. It's been said that this should be called Tina's Law. Again, I'm tempted to do a third reading amendment. But let's summarize for a quick moment what happened there. A county clerk, who in that county was the designated election official, has recently been indicted on very serious charges. How did that indictment come to be? Because of evidence that was secured because she turned off her security cameras. And then key card logs that showed unauthorized access to rooms with election equipment for the purposes of providing confidential information about that election equipment to people that had nefarious agendas. You are innocent until proven guilty in this country. But the reason why there are indictments, the reason why this is a conversation in the headlines, unfortunately, the reason why is because there were security cameras. She turned them off, so that was a clue. And there were logs that showed unauthorized access to a secure area. This bill says, that's a good thing they had some of that security protocol in Mesa County. Let's work with counties to make sure they all do that, so this doesn't become the norm. That's what the bill does. It says you have to have 24/7 security cameras. You have to have key card access. And certain people shouldn't be allowed to have authorized access. So you can have concerns about this bill. I respect it. We can have reasonable discussions and disagree, agree on some pieces, disagree on other pieces on the bill. People out there, citizens, can have concerns, and I am glad they reached out to all of us. You can have concerns about policy, but I would venture that if those concerns and if the uproar is based on lies that come from very powerful people that I think everybody in this room right now knows are lies. And then that lie turns into people storming the U.S. Capitol to overthrow the certification of the election for the President of the United States, that's when we should say it's gone too far. You can have disagreements. We can fight about policy. You can say, this doesn't have enough local control. This has too much consolidation of power. Fine. But we should also all have the courage to come here to this well and say, I have these concerns, but also, I'm sorry, folks, but you've been lied to. You've been taken advantage of, and it's dangerous for the future of our country. We should also all be able to say that. And so, it is upsetting to me that some of this debate, I feel, has perpetuated that lie, has validated it to an extent. Again, it's not because there's opposition to the bill or because people disagree with certain parts of the bill. It's because I think it provides oxygen to something that we all know is very dangerous. And so you can oppose the bill, you can oppose a policy, and also say that someone is lying to you. We should not perpetuate those lies. We should not empower a pillow salesman. We should empower election administrators that are civil servants that uphold the sanctity of our democracy every single day, and who are the ones who requested and had a very large involvement in drafting this bill to help make their jobs better so that they know that they're going to do the right thing and run our elections with integrity, but to make sure also that their colleagues in the future do the same. So I urge a strong aye vote on Senate Bill 153. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 153 on third reading. Are there any no votes? No votes on Senate Bill 153. Senators Cook, Lundin, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Scott, Liston, Woodward, Kirkmeyer, Heisey, Simpson, Sonnenberg, Rankin, Smallwood. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 153 is passed. Co-sponsors on Senate Bill 153. Senators Bridges, Gonzalez, Zenzinger, Heinrichsen, Kolker, Lee, Story, Pedersen, Fields, Danielson, Winter, Buckner, Chanel, Rodriguez, Hansen, Majority Leader Moreno, Hawkes Lewis, thank you, Coleman. Please add Donovan. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 8?
Senate Bill 8 by Senators Zenzinger and Priola, Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, concerning post-secondary education support for certain students who have been in out-of-home placement and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 8 on third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2018, the General Assembly passed bipartisan legislation to form a steering committee to comprehensively examine our child welfare system and to bring forward recommendations to ensure that students with experience in foster care can successfully transition into adulthood. Now, from a high level, the recommendations address the need for equitable access to services around the state, for youth-driven case plans, and for all youth in foster care to earn their high school diplomas and to access higher education. Senate Bill 8 addresses that last recommendation. All current and former foster youth will have access to the post-secondary education and training they need to succeed in their chosen career path. In Colorado, students with experience in foster care are at the very bottom when it comes to high school graduation. The 4-year graduation rate in 2021 for foster youth in Colorado was 30%. And among those 30% who completed high school and exited the foster care system, only 13% attempted post-secondary education. And among those 13% who attempted post-secondary education, 5% of foster youth obtained a vocational certificate, and 3% received an associate's or bachelor's degree. 3%. The value of obtaining a college degree extends through an entire lifetime. Post-secondary education is directly linked to sustaining financial and career stability and overall personal wellness. And students with experience in foster care who do not receive post-secondary education are 90% likely to end up homeless, incarcerated, or living in poverty. We can and we must do something to change this. Students with experience in foster care, through no fault of their own, face significant uncertainty as they age out of foster care, resulting in barriers that negatively impact their educational trajectories. Time, marked by frequent or prolonged episodes in the child welfare system during those formative high school transition years, most often results in high academic mobility, disjointed academic preparedness, and compounding feelings of low self-efficacy. Additionally, youth exiting the child welfare system are often further marginalized as they are more likely to be first-generation college students of a minoritized race or ethnicity or of a lower socioeconomic status. This can lead to insufficient college-going knowledge, coupled with a lack of familial support and no financial means to attend college. And without some sort of post-secondary education or college degree, young people from foster care have limited job opportunities, drastically reducing their lifetime earning potential. But there is a way to address this. In fact, 30 other states have already created tuition waiver programs or post-secondary programs to support students with experience in foster care. There are policy handbooks, sample legislation, example programs, and well-documented, well-researched plans on how states can supplement federal initiatives to improve post-secondary education outcomes for foster youth. According to research obtained from the programs already initiated and operating in these 30 states, there are 6 components to a successful program. States should adopt policies aimed at improving 1, access and enrollment, 2, financial assistance, 3, campus-based support services, 4, housing support, 5, workforce development, and 6, system infrastructure and advocacy initiatives. The bill before you today only focuses on the first 3. We address the barriers to access, and we uplift strategies that will help increase enrollment. We provide the financial assistance needed, and then we designate a single point of contact at the institutions in order to connect foster youth to the campus-based support services that are already there. And that's it. Every single post-secondary institution in Colorado has endorsed this bill. Now, in Colorado, we already have scholarship programs, localized post-secondary supports, and workforce services. And yet, 3%. We already have the federal Chafee program and the federal educational training vouchers, and many institutions already have single points of contact for services for foster youth. And yet, 3%. The problem is that what we have now is inconsistently utilized and insufficient to address the true needs of foster care youth. 3%. New strategies are needed to ensure that our nation's most vulnerable young people, those who have a history of placement in the foster care system, are able to transition successfully from high school to college, to work, and in life. The status quo is unacceptable. We are letting down generations of foster youth who, through no fault of their own, ended up in the child welfare system. We today have an opportunity to help our foster youth beat the odds. And the state of Colorado should step up and do what is right. I encourage an aye vote today.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I just want to wholeheartedly thank my co-prime sponsor, the good senator from Jefferson County, for her tireless work on this issue, on the amendments and the issue in prior years, and just can't thank her enough for her passion on this issue, and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the passage of Senate Bill 8. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Woodward, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Liston. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 8 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Hansen, Donovan, Bridges, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Kolker, Janal, Buckner, Lee, Rankin, Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Story, Pedersen, Danielson, Fields. Please add the president. Committee reports.
March 24, 2022, Committee on Judiciary. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 150 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. March 24, 2022, the Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1226 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. March 24, 2022, the Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1228 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 110.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 110. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 110?
Senate Bill 110, Senators Sonnenberg and Kolker, Representative Pelton, concerning a requirement that a wind-powered energy generation facility be equipped with a light mitigating technology.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again move Senate Bill 110 on third reading and final passage.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the sponsor for his hard work on this issue and the amendments. I voted for it and then just sat over there and just had this really bad feeling that in the next 5 or 10 years, something's going to go south, a plane's going to hit one of these, so I think I'd rather be a no.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to make it very clear the legislative intent with the amendment yesterday is to make sure that this is done in coordination with the military, especially thinking about the nuclear missile silos we have in northern Colorado. Letting bad guys know that a plane is on the way is not something we want to have happen. So I believe that has been addressed in the amendments. Want to make sure, once again, that is on the record for this. I will be an aye and a co-sponsor.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just explain how this works briefly so we can move on. The default is that the lights flash on and off. They flash on and off all the time. The radar shuts the lights off. If the radar goes down, the lights come back on. If there's detection, the lights come back on. Just wanted you to know how that worked. There are safeguards. That's why they're FAA approved systems. That's why 17 other states have adopted this type of technology. Thank you.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 110. Are there any no votes?
Kevin.
I'm tempted to not actually call on you now. Priola. I got you, Priola. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 110 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Bridges, Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Simpson, Cook, Lundeen, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Heisey, Rankin, Coleman, Scott, Liston, Fields. Senator Priola, you could co-sponsor it and split the difference. Majority Leader Moreno, do you want to? General Order, second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the General Order, second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
You
can eat some goldfish if you'd like.
I'm going to make the motion lay over all at once.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1089, House Bill 1165, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 114, and House Bill 1049 lay over until Monday, March 28th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1089, House Bill 1165, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 114, and House Bill 1049 until Monday. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the Title II, Senate Bill 53?
Senate Bill 53, Senator Sonnenberg, Representative Pelton, concerning visitation rights at healthcare facilities.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 53, the committee report from State Veterans and Military Affairs, as well as committee report from Committee on Appropriations.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Madam Chair, they added some amendments that were asked for by the medical community, asked for your adoption. I'll talk about all of them as part of the bill.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
I have nothing to add there, but just a minimal appropriations to implement in case there's a complaint. That's for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And to the bill, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I wish you could have been in State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. And I will tell you, in my 16 years in the legislature, I brought a number of bills, I don't know how many, but I would argue this is probably the most important one that I have ever brought. I'm going to start by telling you the story of a family that testified in committee that had a 26-month-old son. He hadn't been feeling well. He had a seizure. They rushed him to the hospital. They immediately put him on a flight for life to Denver. This family lives 2.5 hours from Denver. The flight, 45 minutes. So they called a family member that lives in Denver, this 2-year-old boy, and asked, would you please go to the hospital so that Ben will have a familiar face when he gets there. They called the hospital and said this family member will join them so that Ben has somebody, some stability when he gets off the flight for life. The hospital said no. An hour and a half later, when the family arrived, this 2-year-old boy was non-responsive. He died a few hours later. What was this 26-month-old child's last thoughts? Was it scared? Was it confusion? Maybe we couldn't have saved him, but could we have comforted him? Could we have held him? Could the family have held them in their arms as he went from unconscious or conscious to unresponsive? We also heard testimony of a wife that shared the story of watching her husband take his last breath on an iPad. A rural doctor testified that he found himself in a situation where he couldn't make the best decisions because of his contracting COVID. His wife fought tooth and nail to try and have access to help advocate for her husband, that doctor who couldn't make rational decisions because of his fever and because of his state of being ill. They both testified in committee about the need for reasonable access of a visitor to advocate for patients. So why is this bill important? And I can talk about more testimony about a family that's the grandfather, father, husband was taken to the hospital for 19 days. Family didn't have access to him before he died. Why is this bill important? It's important, and this is in the legislation, so that you can have a visitor to provide compassionate care to visit, to alleviate the patient's or resident's physical or mental distress, for a patient or resident with a disability, and for a patient who is under the age of 18. Does this mean that hospitals will have no control? And gosh, I'm sorry that so many people have left the room, because they really need to hear this. The answer to the question, the hospitals will still have control. In the legislation it says, shall have written policies and procedures regarding the visitation rights of patients and residents, including policies and procedures that are necessary and reasonable for restriction and limitation that the healthcare facility may need to place on the patient or resident visitation rights. They can require visitors to enter healthcare facilities through a single designated entrance. That's in the bill. They can deny entrance to a visitor who has known symptoms of pandemic disease. That's in the bill. They can require visitors to use medical masks, face coverings, or other personal protectional equipment, such as hazmat uniforms. I don't care. That's in the bill. They can require visitors to sign a waiver acknowledging the risks of entering a healthcare facility and waiving any claims against the healthcare facility. For those of you that have heard from your chambers, this covers that liability. And waiving any claims against the healthcare facility. Also included in the bill is they can schedule visitors to allow adequate time for screening, education, or training of visitors. That might include testing. Restrict the movement of visitors within the healthcare facility. Wonderful. I don't care. But let them have access to their family so they can advocate for their family. What this bill does is allow a patient to have someone help them. A patient who needs assistance to effectively communicate with healthcare facility staff, that's in the bill. Patient who needs help make healthcare decisions due to a disability, such as physical, intellectual, behavioral, or a behavioral disability, deafness, being hard of hearing, or other communication barriers, blindness, autism spectrum disorder, or dementia. This bill also allows a visitor to provide compassionate care to visit, to alleviate the patient's or resident's physical or mental distress, to keep patients from dying from a broken heart, from the lack of touch of someone they love holding their hand. This bill also allows for an advocate to a patient with a disability, or, as I mentioned earlier, a patient who is under 18 years old. The medical community asked for language to follow the national guidelines. Page 4, lines 2 through 7, we added that. Applicable guidelines for visitation issued by the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Service, so we have a national standard. Done. added to the bill. The medical community asked for language for liability protection. Page 4, lines 20 to 23, done. The medical community asked for language to allow them the ability to put procedures in place to limit visitation. Page 3, lines 21 to 27 through page 6. Done. The medical community asked for language about the next pandemic. Page 3, lines 8 through 10. Done. The medical community asked for language to protect them from the verbal and physical abuses that might happen in the hospitals. We added that in committee and you adopted that in the committee report. Done. And then they sent me this note. Apologies for the radio silence on my end related to Senate Bill 53. I regret to share that we are not able to find that path forward and will be maintaining our ask of the committee to PI the bill. They don't have any other ask. I gave them everything they wanted except to make the bill go away. To me, this is a simple question. Do you choose to stand with the so-called multi-million-dollar nonprofits that want to regulate your access to your family? Or do you want to stand with families? Would it make a difference to you if it was your spouse, your child, your mother or father? Would it make a difference to you if it was you that couldn't hold the hand of your dying loved one? This truly is the most important bill that I ever brought in my 16 years. I know it's an uphill battle. I know the lobby has weighed in hard. I know you have received calls from CEOs in your hospitals saying how important they need to maintain this control. I'm asking you to vote with families. I'm asking you to vote yes on this bill so that I can happily put on a hazmat uniform, do the test, do whatever they want me to do, so I can hold the hand of a loved one that's dying. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Hackus Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues, I was a no vote on this bill in committee, and I wanted to explain why I'm going to be a yes vote today. It's because the sponsor has done a very good job trying to incorporate everything that was asked. We heard extremely passionate testimony in the committee. In fact, all committee members had been affected by not being able to see a relative. My mother had a stroke during COVID, and my father had a very tough time getting in to see her. Luckily, he was able to produce his vaccination record and was eventually allowed to go see her. So we all had very passionate stories, and we heard passionate testimony. My concern in committee is what could happen in the future. We have, because of what happened during COVID, we didn't have enough PPE, we didn't have a vaccine, we had misinformation, all the things that contributed to the million Americans who died during COVID and why hospitals took the action that they took. So my concern in committee was, do we have something coming next? The BA.2 variant, do we have hemorrhagic fever virus is coming next, and hospitals and healthcare workers have to be protected because they really keep us safe during whatever comes next. And I commend the sponsor of the bill and other folks for really working hard to get it to a place where hospitals workers and other workers in the community. We lost many pharmacists where people felt sick, went into the pharmacy and said, give us medication to fix this. Of course they couldn't, and then pharmacists became sick and died. So I want to say that we hopefully are thinking about the future as we pass this bill. I think if a hospital needs to require a full hazmat suit of someone and they will have to pay for it, then so be it. We'll have families be able to see patients, and so I will be a yes on the vote, and I thank you for working so hard.
Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 53, and I'm honored to be here with my good friend from Sterling. And I want to thank our colleague from up in the Boulder County area for coming around and being in support of the bill as well. Thank you. I want to share with you two stories. One's personal, another is secondhand. One evening back in the first year of COVID, I received a text message from a friend, and she was distraught. Her grandparents, married, I believe, 50 years, were confronted with the reality that one was dying and was positive with COVID, and the other one was denied access and didn't have COVID. Couple married 50 years. The one without COVID wanted to be there. I believe that was the wife, the grandmother, if I have the genders correct in my recollection. She wanted to be there with her husband of 50 years or more. Hospital said, no, can't let you in. Isolated ward. And my friend texted me and asked, Senator, is there anything you can do? And it's one of those situations that's, it's amazing when people think we have all this power and we really don't. No, we don't have the power to tell the hospital to admit, don't have that power. I'm not an attorney, so I couldn't give her legal advice, but I've made some suggestions on other people who might be able to help her, and I think she pursued that. I shared that story with my wife there, and just together we're just grieving. We've been together for almost 38 years, married almost 35, so we're short of that 50-year mark. But when one spouse is dying and the other spouse wants to be there, even at the risk of their own life, who in their right mind would step in the way of that and say, no, it's wrong? One of the questions that I asked my friend that night is, do they have a living will? Have they met with an attorney, a law firm, to get the documents that says, I am her and she is me? My wife and I have those. Thought we had a whole lot more rights than we actually do when we first got married. But a financial planner said, no, you really ought to meet with this attorney and get a living will. Get those powers of attorney that fit the way that you two see the world and consider each other. It's not right for everybody. That takes me to another story. This one's personal. A few years ago, my wife fell on a snowy morning, broke both arms. She was out walking her dogs, stepped down on a sheet of ice covered with snow, flipped over, broke both her arms. Took her to the hospital. I've got that power of attorney. I've got that living will. If necessary, I can make any health decision for my wife, and the same goes for her. She can make any decision for me. We're not going to let others make those decisions for us. I trust her, and she trusts me. She's in pain. She had a bone sticking out of her flesh. She was waiting for morphine. Technician came in to take some x-rays, told me to get out of the room. Not asked, told me. Got a little heated. He was in charge, told me to get out of the room. I took that up with the CEO of that hospital and did eventually get an apology. Appreciate that. But I've got the document to say, no, I'm not stepping out of the room unless I say so. When I heard about the good senator's bill, I said, yes. I wasn't aware of all the changes that he's made to this bill. I wasn't aware of the work that he's gone to, as the good senator from Boulder County has pointed out. I wasn't aware of it. He went through that this morning. I'm even more for the bill. So I'm not against hospitals. I'm not against having structure. I'm not, like my good friend said, if one has to wear a hazmat suit and pay for it, okay. I'm not asking the hospitals to take on liability that they should unreasonably accept and put them at risk. But I'm standing up for individual freedom and liberty. I'm standing up for people who demand rightly to be there with a loved one. If the risks are explained, if the protection is provided, even at cost to them, okay. But who would presume to tell a married couple of 50 years or more, no, you can't go in there and be with your spouse as he or she passes away? Do you understand the risk? Yes. Would you wear this suit? Yes. You still can't go in. No, we're not doing. I'm not going to support that. And for that technician that got a little heated, thought that he was in charge, tell me to get out of the room. No, you were wrong, sir. I was right. Understand the risks. I stepped out. I get it. But I get to make that decision. My wife gets to make that decision, not you. Senator, thank you. I know the pressure that's coming out of friends out here that have important clients, and I understand why they want a no vote. But Senator from Boulder, thank you for being together on this. There's been times where people have come down and asked me, in this situation, don't know whether to call you the conservative from Boulder or me, the liberal from Douglas County. But I'm proud to be with you, and sir, I'm proud to stand with you on this bill. Yes, on Senate Bill 53.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 53, which, like many people in this chamber, I think has been an evolving position. In fact, when I first was bringing my stacks of bills home to read them, I did a little no with an unhappy face next to the bill title, which normally means probably not going to get there. But then, as I try to do as bills come to the floor, revisit, rethink, re-examine. When I read it the first time, did I read it the right way? And on this bill, I did not. I read it wrong. Because after I did a closer read, I started to better comprehend what the bill actually says. I think sometimes initial language and declarative language and how a bill is represented can tend toward the politic. And so maybe this feels political and forceful and in response to what was represented as politically motivated individual liberty, eagles flying freedom. But you read the policy, and the policy is a good one, I think, and I think it deserves our support. Because it isn't a messaging bill, it's a policy bill. And you can see that in the number of exceptions and permissions it gives to ensure safety. The sponsor listed a number of them, but there's even more. Allow adequate time for screening, education, and training of visitors. Restrict the movement of visitors. Prohibit the presence of visitors during any aerosol-generating procedures, during the collection of respiratory specimens. There is thoughtful policy in here to protect the visitors and the healthcare facility. In fact, even so much the healthcare facility can put on any expectation they want to create an environment that they think is safe. And I'd add it even further, even though I think people may find state of emergency powers frustrating at times. We've had discussions in the building on that. In a state of emergency, we could even say further or say deny this altogether, right? But I mentioned politics, I've mentioned policy, now let me mention personal. Some of us experienced this pandemic very personally of what it meant to have a loved one on the other side of a healthcare facility. And some of us didn't. If you didn't, count yourselves fortunate. But my family experienced having my grandmother on the other side of a healthcare facility. She was dying. She was dying because she was not able to have contact with people. She wasn't eating. She wasn't drinking. She was dying. Colleagues, thank you, but no need. My tears don't need to result in your standing. And luckily, because my mom happened to have a daughter who happened to be a state senator, we were able to figure it out. But my office should not have afforded the unique circumstance that she got to see her daughter, and she started eating again. Not enough to thrive, not enough to recover, but she got to see another summer. She got to see tulips bloom again. She got to hear birds chirp again. She wouldn't have, if she hadn't had someone she loved, someone she knew, get back in the room with her and encourage her, wait for it, to drink a Coke. To drink a Coke. And that started to pull her back. We figured it out. A lot of people didn't. This bill just says, hey, if we find ourselves here again, let's try to figure it out. Let's just try to figure it out. Hospitals. And I don't think all hospitals are opposed, because I haven't heard from mine. I don't think all hospitals are opposed. I think there's a handful of them. I don't think all extended healthcare facilities are opposed. I think this is a power struggle on paper, and we're forgetting about the power of personal touch. Peer-reviewed articles, just try to find them. They're not too hard. Peer-reviewed articles point out that if you can have familiar faces in the room, you see quicker recovery, boost morale, provide comfort. Thanks for your support, friends. Even less sexy things, like following up on lab work that only a family member might notice didn't get processed. It is so important that we figure out how to do this. The bill doesn't say you have to do it. The bill says you have to try your damnedest to figure out how to do it. I know that COVID was really scary. I mean, we were washing vegetables and not letting mail get delivered because we thought that those might be vectors for this disease that was ripping people away from us. And I know the prospect of another pandemic that isn't COVID, that has a different name, is equally scary. I'm there with you. I also know that there are probably healthcare workers and doctors and nurses who are thinking back on how it started and how it is continuing, and thinking that General Assembly is going to put one more thing on us, one more pressure, one more expectation of how we manage pandemics. But I also think that we have to find the areas of compassion in these moments where we figure out how to treat people to the best that we can. And in some cases, medical care does mean having a family member there. Because that was the care that saved my grandmother's life, was just having her daughter show up and asking her to eat.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say thank you to my colleague from Sterling. I'd like to say thank you for bringing this bill. This bill sucks, and it sucks in a personal matter. I'm for the bill, but it sucks. It sucks that we have to think about this. It sucks we have to do this. COVID sucks. Our family members dying, being left alone sucks. God, I'm so senatorial right now. October 31st, I'll get through this, of 2020, I was fighting for the seat, running for this office. And my dad gets COVID in a little town in northeast Iowa. Tiny little hospital, 2,000 people in the whole town. They didn't have the capability to deal with him. Dad had been a smoker for 50 years. Dad's health is, you know, he's not the healthiest person that you would put on the cover of Men's Health. And I get a phone call. They're going to transport him to Rochester, Minnesota, 2 hours away, to the Mayo Clinic. I called my dad, and I get a hold of him, and he can barely breathe, barely talk, and he's in the ambulance. They're just transporting him to the ambulance to take him to the 2-hour ride to the Mayo Clinic and hope that he can survive. I think I said goodbye to him. I don't recall the exact words. I know I said I love him, even though he's a stubborn SOB. I called, and then I got a flight. I got the first flight I could to Rochester, Minnesota. I suspended my campaign. The election was in 4 or 5 days. I met one of my brothers. He got a VRBO, and we sat in a car outside the hospital in a parking lot. That's all we could do. All we could do. I took one of my campaign signs and gave it to the nurse's station on the floor because I hadn't been able to give him one because I know he was proud that I was running. So I gave him one of my yard signs I took with me on the plane, and they put it up in his window. And that was the touch that I had. The SOB survived. Fast forward to October of last year. He breaks his hip. In the process of breaking his hip, they find out he has a rare form of leukemia, that it will kill him, that he needs to start chemotherapy immediately, and he will be on it for the rest of his life. He's still here because he's stubborn. But what did I do? I got on a plane and I flew to Davenport, Iowa, where he was. And I put on the protective equipment because I didn't know if I was going to say goodbye again. And they transported him to my hometown hospital, and that's where they made me gown up and put rubber gloves on and PPE and everything. Mask, covered my body to protect themselves and to protect my dad. And I had been vaccinated at that time. But they let me in by doing that, and only one person. I had the rubber gloves on, and I got to sit there with him for I don't know how many hours. And just sit and talk. I can't imagine. It was my daughters. And I was a no coming into this today. No, because I'm scared of the next pandemic. I am scared of something that is worse, that can be transmitted. And I think this is why it's important to listen to the sponsor and listen to the debate and read the bill. Because what really got me today was what the sponsor said and all the work the sponsor did. I'm going to read this. If I can find it, make sure I get it right. If a health care facility, this is line 27, page 5, requires pursuant to subsection 3 of this section that a visitor use a medical mask, face covering, or other personal protective equipment in order to visit a patient or resident at the health care facility, nothing in this section requires the health care facility, if the equipment is not available due to lack of supply, to allow a visitor to enter. Nothing, you got to go back, read that again. In this section, Part B, requires the healthcare facility to supply the required equipment to the visitor or bear the cost of the equipment. Go back again. Nothing in this section precludes the healthcare facility from supplying the required equipment to the visitor. There's still an out for the healthcare facility. If they're going to require a hazmat suit, they can say we don't have any. The powers to be at that time could still override due to emergency proclamation, in my opinion. Maybe our good country lawyer could tell me differently, but governor, I think at that time, can still override this due to emergency. If they have the courage to do so, if they feel it's needed. There's still some flexibility here. And I think the point of this bill is to say, let's try to find that flexibility. I do worry about spread, and I feel for the hospitals, but it still gives them, to me, an avenue to either let people in or not let people in. And so that's why I'll be an aye vote, and thank you. I think we better check them. Hell, it might be freezing over because I'm voting yes on 2 bills from the senator from Sterling.
We're going to go next to Senator Janal, followed by Senator Fields. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 53. And I want to thank the sponsor. For 2 years, my constituents have been asking for visitation rights for exactly what this bill represents. And for 2 years, the House has tried to bring a bill like this through, and I've had my name on it in the Senate. Unfortunately, those 2 bills were PI'd in the Health and Insurance Committee in the House. Each year, it got more and more refined, and the good senator from Sterling has made it an even better bill at this point. He's met all the hospital requirements that they asked for, and still what really I think is an unfair thing is if he met all of those requirements and they still refuse this bill, I'm quite disappointed. But the bill supports the patient's rights, the bill supports family rights, and I support this bill for the families, for the patients, for my constituents that have been asking for this bill for two years, going on 3 years now. Thank you to the good senator from Sterling for bringing Senate Bill 53 forward.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank everyone that has spoken on behalf of this bill, Senate Bill 53. The stories are heartbreaking, and I'm familiar with some of my constituents that have experienced some of the same types of experience as it relates to visitation. Now, I represent a district that has the luxury of having many hospitals and many healthcare facilities. And so I see them and I talk to them very often. And what I've seen with COVID is that it was a learning process for all of us because we did not know what we were encountering as it relates to the transmission of COVID. And so hospitals were doing what they needed to do to kind of protect themselves and their patient. And I believe that that's the ultimate thing that hospitals want to do. It's about the care of the patient first and making sure they're not doing any harm to save that life. And so what I saw with healthcare providers and hospitals, quickly, they made adjustments. They made adjustments in reference to how to provide access to some of their patients. You probably saw some of the national news or local news where people were giving an opportunity where they were looking at their loved ones on Facebook time and iPads and doing whatever they could, not to violate the rules, but to make sure that they would have some contact so they wouldn't have to die alone. Now, since COVID, we're kind of getting on the other side. There's still issues for us to be concerned, but there's no issues right now in reference to visitation. Every hospital, every healthcare facility has their own policies as it relates to visitation. And sometimes you have to leave at 10, 6, whatever, but they have criteria and they have regulations because they know what they need to do to manage their facility. So it's not just that one patient. It's what's going on in the whole entire hospital, that system. And so they have to strike a balance in reference to making sure that there's a visitor's rights, patient's rights, and the hospital that's doing right by what they need to be doing for the patient and everyone else that's coming in and out of that facility. I don't believe that we need a regulation, state law, to make this happen. I don't think it's necessary. The reason I don't think it's necessary is because each hospital has their own visitation policies that's really rooted based on the data that they have. And I don't see our state mandating what a hospital should do as it relates to the overall visitation policy that they should have in place. I don't think that's our lane to do that. But I do believe in patients' rights. I believe in human rights, civil rights. But when it comes to protecting the patient and what goes on to the hospital, they know best. It's just like when you're navigating an airplane or a workplace. You have to have certain rules. You have to have certain regulations. You have to have certain standards and procedures. And hospitals have those already in place. And I'm kind of concerned if we change the order of things as relates to what this bill suggests, I'm not quite sure how that might interrupt or interfere or have a ripple effect or a domino effect on other regulations that are required for, let's say, funding, some federal funding. I don't know if it's been thought through that piece as it relates to the Medicaid conditions that are required for visitation. So I think that we should be celebrating hospitals. We should be celebrating doctors and nurses for what has happened as it relates to COVID-19. And I think it's too premature for us to say that we know what's best when many of them have already taken the initiative on their own to do what they believe is best. A sick patient from their family members. If they're making that decision, it's because they have data and information and science that's driving that decision. It's not to be punitive. It's not to let that person die alone. These people, these professionals, they take an oath. And it's really to save lives. And it's not to make anything difficult for patients. And I think it's sending a message that, you know, we know better as lawmakers in reference to how to manage the visitation policies for healthcare facilities. And I want that to the scientists. I want to leave that up to hospitals to make that decision, because the data suggests what I've seen is that there's not an issue. If you see somebody in the hospital, there's a policy for it, and you have access to that patient. Even in a post-COVID or still having some issues, I think we've had several deaths, but well, not several, thousands. But we've made adjustments. We've made adjustments, and now is not the time to make this adjustment and make this mandate right now on our hospitals. I think we're still recovering, and I think we should give them the authority and the autonomy to do what they've always done, which is establish the visitation policies for their healthcare facility. Thank you.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And members, like most of us in this room, this is a deeply personal issue for me as well. My father was in the hospital for 10 days with COVID and unfortunately had pneumonia at the exact same time, if you can imagine that for a second. He ended up with O2 saturation levels in the high 70s, low 80s. There were about 6 days where, in my conversations with my brothers, we thought it was probably the last time we were going to get to talk to Dad. I feel really lucky because he got out of the hospital. But it doesn't make this debate any less poignant. So I wanted to start with that because this is not an easy vote. It's not a clear yes or no. There's some really tough decisions that we're trying to make with this bill. But I have a slightly different question for the sponsor. And I'd love to hear his thoughts on Section 3 of this bill. We have recently had a very long debate on another healthcare bill where the opposition vociferously debated and argued that we should not have a safety clause. Very long debate, several amendments, cow amendments, etc., on taking out the safety clause, but yet here we are with a health care bill with a Section 3 safety clause. So I really think this deserves some discussion. Why the difference? Why is there a safety clause in this bill?
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for asking, because I had toyed with addressing that in my original thoughts. Because this bill is indeed about the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. And when I talk about health, you heard someone else talk about it, we heard it in committee, that having a loved one next to you indeed increases the success of recovery exponentially. So yes, I think this is a great bill to utilize the safety clause so that folks can actually recover quicker, have access to the loved one to recover quickly as part of that health requirement. So yes, that's why I allowed the safety clause on this bill.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that response. And we are certainly not going to redo the debate we just had. But the previous bill has the same issue. And with the Supreme Court ready to hand down a decision any day now, the safety clause vitally important on that bill as well. So I think members take a close look at Section 3. I think we need to have some consistency, and I'm glad to see that we kept the safety clause in the previous bill.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not down here to try to convince you to vote one way or the other. I'm down here to explain why I'm going to be casting a very, very difficult no vote on this bill. I too took those phone calls during COVID when they couldn't get in to see the mom, their dad. Nursing homes seemed to be actually, some of the most heart-wrenching calls. I got the emails. I had a lady handwrite me a 2-page letter. Her husband was in a rural nursing home, and they just couldn't find a way to accommodate to get her in there. So it's not without. I'm not missing the compassion part of this bill. What concerns me is we're casting this vote based on COVID. If you'll remember the early days of COVID, we knew very little about it. We knew it was quite contagious. As it turned out, in hindsight, which is what we're basing our vote on here, COVID had less than a 2% mortality rate. What if our next pandemic has a 20% mortality rate? We need those hospital workers available. We need them healthy. I also have another issue that concerns me greatly. Just a little bit earlier, we had a bill where we were putting a requirement on the public education system. I voted for that. I'm okay with that. They are public. We have the ability to tell them how they should do their job. But now we're going to the private sector and we're telling them how they should do their job. Where are we going to go from here if we think it's okay to do that? I'm not going to minimize the importance of this bill by trying to make any kind of comparison, because there's nothing that really ranks in that category. But for those reasons, I will have to cast a no vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a nice little potted plant that I don't water enough, so its edges are a little bit brown, and my husband has taken it over because he does a better job of taking care of that kind of thing than I do. And they're the flowers that the Republican, I'm sorry, that's the plant that the Republican caucus sent after the triple funeral that my family experienced. I found myself at the found myself back at St. Joe's on Sunday, and sitting in the waiting room with my husband, and it kind of hits us. It hits him at this with it like a brick, and he says, "Oh my gosh, this is the hospital where my mom died." There's no lobby strong enough on this bill. As a matter of fact, part of the reason I voted to move this bill out of committee was because the lobby just thought that they took the votes for granted. I listened to testimony and I heard the stories from Coloradans, many of whom I probably disagree with on a lot of different things. I heard testimony from Coloradans who probably disagree that COVID is a real thing. I heard testimony from Coloradans who said, I just want to be able to hold my loved one's hand. And when you stop and you think about what would you do in order to be with the ones that you love in those most difficult of moments. You say it theoretical. I'd move mountains. I'd do whatever it took. At the onset of the pandemic, my kid brother had a stroke, which was weird because he was like 33, healthy. His family had gotten sick. They'd had a cold. This is like end of March 2020. My family has this thing where we like go and whenever somebody's in the hospital, we like deploy. We set up shifts at the waiting room. We get real nice with the nurses. We feed everybody. And so when my kid brother had a stroke, it was weird because we couldn't even cross state lines. He is in New Mexico. And so it was like text threads and FaceTime visits. He's back to being ornery old kid brother, so whatever. But what do you do when you want to try to move mountains and yet you can't? What do you want to do when you want to put lotion on the hands of the loved one? Or braid their hair? You say thank you to the nurse who took the time to do that while she was propping up the Zoom. The iPad. We heard testimony from a doctor who had been intubated. And I asked him, look, this COVID pandemic we know now a lot more than what we did in the moment. But what about the next pandemic? And he said, I'd still testify in support of this bill because at a certain point, there is a limit of what medicine can do. But there is a power that hearing your family's voice, hearing my wife's voice, helped me pull through when I was intubated. And that resonated with me. Because part of the reason that we, in the before times, y'all can sit down, no, for real. Part of what we would do in the before times, when we'd set up shifts at the hospital, is we'd go and read, talk to our loved ones, tell them the chisme of who actually showed up and who showed up with who, and try to carry on. Because that power of human connection mattered. My husband's family members were in the ICU for, my mother-in-law and my husband's uncle were in the ICU for almost a month. And initially it felt like an imposition to ask for some FaceTime, like a Zoom camera on the FaceTime, or whatever it was. And then it became the small grace that made an impossible situation just a little bit more bearable. I think that part of the reason that I voted to have this bill move to the floor is because I don't think that this is one in which a lobbyist is going to sway your vote. I think each and every one of us remembers where we were this time 2 years ago. Wondering whether it was going to just be 2 weeks and then we'd come back. Wondering whether and how we were going to contain this virus and get back to work. Part of the reason I wanted us to have this debate is because we have experienced trauma as a society. And part of the way forward is that we have to talk about what happened. And you all have received phone calls, text messages, handwritten letters, emails from Coloradans over the past 2 years in anguish. Not talking about this bill or that bill, but just asking for help. Whether it was with help to see their loved one, to put lotion on their hands, to braid their hair, to don a hazmat suit, or whether it was help with CDLE, because economic time stopped, economic time didn't stop, but everything else stopped. The bills were still due. When the world is falling apart, who do you want to have next to you? And the fact that regular Coloradans started reaching out to us as if we had the answers. I'd respond to those emails, I'd respond to those calls, and we even set up phone banks to just check in on people. Y'all heard me talk about this just the other day. Sometimes we don't have the answer, but when you listen to the community, you find a way through, you find a way forward. Folks were asking me questions and they were impossible ones, I couldn't answer them. But the fact that they were reaching out, to me, shows the level of desperation that we were facing as a society. The fact that folks thought that their state senator would know what to do? Jesus, y'all. There's still a segment of this society who doesn't think that the pandemic happened. There's a segment of this society who doesn't think that COVID's real. There's a segment of society who refuses a vaccine. There's a segment of society that refuses the vaccine up until they're intubated. When the next pandemic comes, Maybe they'll look back to how we reacted, how we responded. Or maybe they'll look back and wonder how we got things so wrong. I don't know. I disagree with the senator from Sterling on most things. But a broken watch is right twice a day. But I've lived it and he's seen it. I think each and every one of us has experienced a story from a friend or a family member or a constituent or a colleague that makes you wonder, if I found myself in that situation, what would I do? And quite similar to the bill that I ran earlier this week, I think you should have the ability to make that decision for yourself. I think we should get government out of the business of making those decisions. I talked to my husband about this bill, and my husband would have made the same decision to say goodbye to his mother over a Zoom screen. But I think that you should have the ability to make the decision for yourself. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 53. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1168?
House Bill 1168, Representatives McKeenan, Mullica, Senators Woodward and Janal, concerning permitting public schools to provide a Hunter education course to 7th grade students.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1168 and the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report and Amendment L009.
We will hold off on the amendment, but let's go ahead and discuss the Agricultural and Natural Resources report.
Okay.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ag and Natural Resource Committee report. We made one amendment. We heard when this came out of the House, we had heard some assurance from Parks and Wildlife that when they teach Hunter's Ed, they don't use real weapons. There will be no real weapons carried into schools. But there was still a little hesitancy, a little worry that could be the case someday. So my co-prime and I introduced an amendment that specifically said that only inert firearms and dummy rounds can be brought into schools.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L010?
Amendment L010 by Senator Fields. Amend re-engross bill, page 4, strike lines 11 through 13.
Senator Fields. Senator Fields, you are still muted.
I wasn't sure that we were up to amendments yet, but I'll go ahead and speak to the bill if I can before I offer my amendments.
The amendment has already been read. If you'll please move the amendment.
I will move amendment L010.
Great, to the amendment. Senator Fields, you may go ahead and speak to the amendment.
This bill just says seventh grade, but if a school has a policy they wanted in.
Senator Fields, you are muted. We cannot hear you. Oh, you are not muted, but we cannot hear you. We will take a senatorial 5 so we can figure out the audio issue. We'll go ahead and speak to Amendment L010, Senator Fields. You need to unmute your computer, however, and start over. You're still on mute. There you go. You are on mute once more.
Okay, can you hear me?
All right, we can hear you. Go ahead, Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize to my colleagues for the technical difficulty. I would like to move L010.
And to the amendment?
And to the amendment. Members, this is regarding House Bill 1168, and what this amendment does is it basically creates clarity in the bill by addressing the bill title, and also on page 1, it says that this bill is concerning providing Hunter's education courses to 7th grade students. And then it's referencing again on the last statement under Bill's summary there, it says all 7th grade students. And then if you look on page 2, it says 7th grade. And throughout the bill, it referenced 7th grade, that they will be providing this Hunter's course to 7th grade. But then all of a sudden, they slip
Senator
in.
Fields, hold on one moment. You seem to be speaking to a different amendment. The amendment that we have before us here is Amendment L010, which amends the re-engrossed bill, page 4, strikes lines 11 through 13. And I think your comments are to a different amendment that has not been moved yet. Is that correct, Senator Fields?
Okay, when I look at amendment, page 4,
Correct?
lines 11 through 13,
No.
says,
So the amendment that you're on only strikes lines 11 through 13, and that's it.
right, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, proceed.
So basically what this does, it strikes lines 11 through 13 because it says that we can provide this training, this hunter education courses beyond the 7th grade. So basically, if you look at the bill title, it says 7th grade only, and then it goes on to say we can go beyond 7th grade. We can go to 8th grade. We can go to 9th grade. We can go to 10th grade. We can go to 11th grade. We can go to 12th grade. And I think that that's somewhat disingenuous when the bill is talking about this program is only for hunters education for 7th graders. So I'm asking that it be strucken and striked from this bill.
Thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I can understand the good senator from Aurora's argument here. And I just want to explain, yes, the title says for 7th grade students. However, when this bill was going through the House, there was an amendment that was put on, lines 11, 12, and 13 on page 4, because this hunter education course may be an elective course that would better fit in another grade level. And so possibly 8th, 9th, and beyond, up to senior year in high school, if it would fit better in one of those years. So it's there, it's in the bill, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we need to be clear about what we expect from our school districts. And this is really unclear. Throughout the bill, we're saying 7th grade, and then all of a sudden we're going to expand the program to allow hunter education as an elective course now beyond 7th grade, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And it's just not appropriate. It should be clear. If you wanted to expand the program, then it shouldn't say 7th grade. And throughout the bill, it's littered with 7th grade. So we're sending a very mixed message as it relates to providing this hunter education course as an elective. And it's just confusing. And when we talk about providing this kind of training on school grounds and school property, when we live in an environment where we have this gun culture, I think we need to be clear. And by slipping it in at a last minute amendment, it just doesn't speak well to the integrity and the ethics of what we're trying to do. This is like a switch and bait kind of a thing. We talk about it's 7th grade and now all of a sudden it can go up to 12th grade. I think it's just inappropriate to have this language in there. And so I'm asking that you all support this amendment and strike page 4, 11 through 13, which expands the program. When it was initially presented, 7th grade only, 7th graders are 12 and 13. Now we're saying it can go up to when you graduate from high school to 12th grade. I think it's not clear. And I think we need to be clear when we draft legislation, either it's for 7th grade or 12th grade or K through 12. This is confusing and it's disingenuous and it's misinformation. It's not for 7th grade anymore. I don't even think it fits under, I don't think that amendment fits under the bill title. that was made in the House. We're expanding this program now to go beyond 7th grade, which is beyond 12 and 13. Maybe it would be appropriate to say whatever you wanted, but it's not the intent of this bill. It says 7th grade. We're programming up to 12th grade. And it kept the bill to find out how it was slipped in there on third readings. Better than that. Amendment is not appropriate for this title, and the references throughout, it should be referring back to every single reference that it says to 7th grade. It's inappropriate. Either we say what we mean or we don't.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on the amendment, and probably wouldn't surprise anyone in this room. I want to go back to the state constitution. If you look at the education section of our state constitution, I believe it's Article 10, Section 15, if I should have gone to check that before I came up here, but if memory serves, it's Article 10, Section 15. It makes very clear that here in this state of Colorado, where we are elected to make state law, since 1876, each local school board has been in charge of instruction in the public schools located in that district. Not us, not the legislature, not the governor, not even the State Board of Education, the local school board. So I look at House Bill 1168. It clarifies that, yes, those local school boards or a board of a charter school, we use the terminology a local education provider as a generic term to include both of them, may provide hunter education, a hunter education course in the 7th to 7th grade students. Clarifying that, yes, they can do that. I think the bill title, I think the bill honors the state constitution and their authority to make that decision. But this is a topic that some might question. Well, should or could or... But the answer that I see in the state constitution is yes. So I get to page 4, lines 11 through 13, and I see it shaded in gray. If we look at the front page of any bill down here at the bottom, shading denotes House amendment. Far be it from me to compliment the House for anything. I used to be a member over there. But now that I'm in the upper chamber and know how smart we all are, I have to reluctantly agree, I think they got it right. Defining this for 7th grade students doesn't preclude a local education provider from their constitutional right from offering hunter education courses as an elective in any other grade. We didn't mean to say you could only do it in 7th grade, and the bill doesn't say only in the 7th grade. It just clarifies that yes, you can. Those education providers can provide it in the 7th grade. So some might ask, well, did the legislature mean only the 7th grade? And I think the right answer would be, that would be up to the local education provider. So there's 178 school districts. There's lots of charter schools. There's the BOCES. I've been off the education committee now for 6 years, so I don't claim to remember all the alphabet soup. But the amendment would strike language that would clarify or honor the state constitution, say, yeah, those local education providers could, if they so choose, offer such a course in a different grade. Just clarifying, we didn't mean local education providers that could only do it in the 7th grade, but we want to clarify you clearly have authority to do it in the 7th grade. And what the existing language from the House, and as I recall, if I were still in the House, I would be in the minority. So I have to think that some folks in the majority had to approve this amendment or it wouldn't be here. That's the only way it could be here. So I really enjoy working with my colleague, the Assistant Majority Leader, the good senator from Aurora. We have worked together on education, and we've been down, education issues. We've been down here in the well, diametrically opposed, and boy, on some issues, we've been right there together. But on this one, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the amendment, and let's keep the bill as the House passed it. It makes sense. It doesn't say you have to. It doesn't authorize them to, because I think they already have that. It just clarifies that this bill title isn't inadvertently limiting them to the 7th grade. Ask for no vote on the amendment.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment L010? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the senator from Douglas County, Parker, is absolutely right. School districts, as you know, based on local control, they have the authority to determine what they want to provide within their districts. They don't need legislation. That's why this bill is really not even necessary, because they can do this on their own. But if we're drafting law that's going to be put in statute, then we need to be very clear. And I believe that this sends a mixed message. I don't think this bill is necessary in the first place, because you heard the prior speaker just say that, you know, they have the authority, they have local control over public education to do what they want. And for us to say that we want to now expand it in this bill is just inappropriate, and I think it's misguided, and I think it's deceptive.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is for the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator Fields.
Senator Fields.
There, members, this amendment.
Could you please move the amendment for us, Senator Fields?
L011.
Great. To the amendment.
Members, amendment speaks to language that is on page 2. Once again, there's so much misinformation in this bill, it's ridiculous. And it strikes gifts, grants, and donations. Now, throughout the bill, it talks about it's not going to cost anything. If you look at the sheet, it says it's not going to cost anything. But yet, here in the bill, on several different pages, it says that we're going to go out and ask for gifts, grants, and donations so that we can teach Hunter's education. And so, why are we asking for grants, gifts, and donation when you think about the minimum cost? If you try to go online and take one of these courses, it's $10. Now, the department, Colorado Public Parks and Wildlife, they said that they can do it for free. But once again, they're trying to do this switch and bait thing again, expanding it now, say, but we want to ask for money. Either you need money or you don't. And to once again try to play games, we're going to ask for money. We're going to get grants, and donations for Hunter education that's going to be taught on school grounds, when the department has already said they don't need the money So I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment because it's not appropriate. The department says they don't need money. The bill title says only 7th grade, and the bill says no money. And now all of a sudden you want cash. What if there's special interest groups that come in there and just donate money? All the way up to 12th grade to get more guns and hunting on. I'm asking you to vote with me in support of this amendment, L011.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My co-prime and I asked for a no vote. It's important to us to make sure that Hunter's Ed can be taught to folks around the state, perhaps not just in wealthy districts, but some of the districts that have some challenges. So when a district or a school is evaluating whether or not to add this elective, even though Parks and Wildlife is offering to come in to teach their portion of the course for free, a district may decide to expand that to include, to spend some more time if they want on things like survival, outdoor ed, those kinds of things where the district may either incur some direct costs or indirect costs. And to the extent that a district is able to solicit some support from folks who want to provide some supplies or otherwise to learn about some of these first aid issues or otherwise, we don't want to prevent a school, particularly in some of the lower socioeconomic areas. We want to make sure that they are able to get those gifts, grants, and donations. So we would like to keep this a part of this bill so that we can make sure that we can offer this important class statewide, and schools don't have to worry about money if they want to teach this to the kids.
Senator Fields.
I think that's just really disingenuous to say that we want to put in gifts, grants, and donations for the poor kids in the cities, schools. I mean, Colorado Parks and Wildlife has already indicated in the bill that they don't need additional funding. They want to do this for free. And it doesn't talk about the fillers that you're talking about. We want to do survival. We want to do this. We don't want to do that. It doesn't say that in the bill. Now you're adding more pork into the bill. You're saying now that you want to stretch it out to 12th grade. You want to have gifts, grants, and donations. And now you want to make sure it's available not just for the rich kids, but for the poor kids. And so that the poor schools can have an opportunity. Parks and Wildlife didn't ask for that. Either you're going to do it for free or you're not. If you're going to need money, it should be reflected in the practice that we already have in place with all of our bills. We should not be playing games as relates to this serious topic and what it's going to cost. If it's going to cost some money for the poor kids in the city schools, tell us what it is. Don't solicit. They're using our facilities. They're using a classroom. We're providing janitorial services. We're providing the electricity. They're using desks and chairs. We haven't even talked about the curriculum. This is a 10-hour course. And now we're talking about fillers and stretching it out. Semester is 90 days. Please, we don't need to be asking for gifts, grants, and donations if the department didn't ask for it. They said they could do it for free, no funding. No funding. If we want to fund something, fund some books, fund libraries, fund algebra, calculus, language, history, science. Let's fund our schools. Let's pay our educators. Why are we soliciting for grants, gifts, and donations for Hunter education courses when the department says they will do it for free? How many more tricks are we going to find in this bill?
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I want you to think for a second and ask yourselves, do you represent a urban district, a suburban district, or a rural district? And I want to ask you that because the answer for myself is I haven't figured it out. I don't know. Because I have Pueblo in my district, and I'd say that's pretty urban. I have Pueblo West, which, you know, depending on who you ask on what day, you might hear suburban or barely rural. And there's the rest of Pueblo County, which is most definitely rural. And within that, I represent District 60 schools. It's a district that's low income, doesn't have a lot of resources. And I represent D70, which is a bunch of rural schools, and you know, where there's a lot of kids that go hunting and fishing and enjoy the great outdoors. It's more accessible to them, and the difference is a mile. And one of the things I love most about the community where I live is when you see the two come together. When we see people from the rural areas come into the city and they celebrate some of the art and some of the history of that town, and they understand a feel for what it means to, you know, have neighborhoods with their own distinct flavors and their own distinct, you know, looks and their own distinct culture within the neighborhood. And I love when people in the city of Pueblo get out, and they get out to Lake Pueblo and they catch their first fish, and they go hunting for the first time. They climb a mountain. This bill celebrates the culture of our state, the history of our state. And what I was most impressed about in committee was listening to the young men and women, really the boys and girls of our state, coming and saying what they learned through hunter safety education course about good civics, about being responsible and respectful of private property, about ecology, science, about health and you know, fitness. All of that is in this program, and I think it is great for it to be taught across the state, in our rural schools. I think it would be wonderful if a school in District 60 in Pueblo, where I live, would pick this up. So to address the point of that, I would love to see the donations, the grants, and the financing there so that this can be available, so that we can expand all of Colorado to all of Coloradans. And I ask for a no vote on the amendment and an aye vote on the bill.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Friday, March 25th. Wow. The day when we had bipartisan support for visitation in hospitals and hunter education. Pretty cool day. I was proud of my two sons when they went through hunter education, and you know, being young when they went in, they probably thought it was going to be a whole lot more about shooting guns. But after they graduated, they realized it was very little about shooting guns. They learned that 3 rapid shots in a row in a wilderness setting, especially during the hunting season, that's SOS. That's I need help. Because you don't have 3 shots rapid, maybe dove hunting, but they learned that when you approach a gate and you go through that gate, you leave the gate in the same condition you found it in, yes.
And we are circling around to the amendment, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the concern about gifts, grants, and donations, and is this free? I can understand the department saying they wouldn't charge a district to participate in that. There's wildlife officers deployed throughout the state. They teach hunter education, but there's also a short supply of it. I know that when we get toward the end of the summer, into the fall months, hunter education courses are in short supply. Or maybe they're in large supply, but the demand outstrips the supply. to have gifts, grants, and donations to my friend from Aurora, to her concern about inner city kids, schools. I understand that. We've worked together on legislation to help graduation rates in her district. I think back in the House, she told me the dropout rate was about 70%. So when we get to the amendment, gifts, grants, and donations, I'm not sure that that would be for inner city schools. I think it might be for schools out in the Sterling area, rural Colorado, where this course might be more likely embraced, but funds are more limited. I represent the third largest school district in the state, Douglas County School District. Number 1 and 2 bounce back and forth between Denver and Jeffco. Would Denver and Jeffco offer this course? Gosh, I hope they do, but whose decision would that be? School board in Denver and Jeffco, or charter board of a charter school in those areas. We have huge population in Douglas County schools, and like my friend from Pueblo, I represent some places that people would say, "Oh, this feels pretty urban." And definitely a lot of ground in my district, the district that I represent, that's suburban. But I can take you to places down in Sedalia that people say, "This is remote." This is wild Colorado. This is rural. But I encourage you, colleagues, let's vote no on this amendment. I don't mean any disrespect to my colleague from Aurora. Pretty clear that she is not excited about this bill, and that's okay. But I want to encourage your no vote on this, because the hunter education is not much about guns. There is gun safety, firearm safety, but as an archery bow hunter, I want to encourage you, it's not all about guns. It's about learning to be out in the wilderness and to be safe and to keep others safe and to help others when they need help. It's about respecting, honoring that animal that might be harvested, a bird, a deer, elk. Processing that meat. We do that in my house. I've done that with my sons. We do it ourselves. We don't take it to a processing facility. We do that ourselves. And we butcher the meat, we put it in the freezer, we do that all ourselves. And I'm proud of my sons that they've learned not just how to harvest an animal, but to value it. To learn how to cook that meat and prepare it. Take good care of it. It's expensive to go out and get a deer or an elk. It's not cheaper. It's cheaper to go to the store and buy meat. But when it comes down to the education piece and the amendment, thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience. But this amendment, gifts, grants, and donations, if a school, a charter school, a school district decides to offer this, the department might not charge anything, but there may be expenses related to it. And as other members of the community come in and say, "Hey, we want to support that," why would we tell the local education providers, "No, you can't take gifts, grants, and donations to support this or really anything else"? So I ask for a no vote. Senator from Aurora, appreciate you. Look forward to being on the same side of the next issue, but on this one we disagree. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Fields, on the amendment L011.
Correct. I have two comments. One for the senator from Pueblo in reference to him citing, he's kind of perplexed in reference to, is it rural, is it city, whatever. We represent the state of Colorado. And so we do have our districts that we represent, but we do represent the best of Colorado, and that's the whole entire state. And so I want to make it clear as it relates to this amendment, it's about the wording. I believe that words do matter. And if the department wants to be able to provide this for free, then that's the kind of message they need to send, that it's free. But then when you slip in that we want grants, gifts, and donation, that is not being honest. Either it's going to cost something or not. And to the senator from Douglas County, in reference to what's being taught, if you look in the bill, it does have in there that they learn how to, there's hands-on activity regarding a gun. And so they teach in this course how to do a clear shoot and kill. Is there a target moving? So it's not, it might include some other things, but there is hands-on activity in reference to using a simulated gun on school property, on school grounds. And so that's in the bill. So members, I do ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
L009, Senator Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you recall, we introduced an amendment in committee that made it clear that CPW was only going to bring inert guns when they teach this class. One of the pieces that we overlooked as we brought it into that is we had the words that this applied to vocational schools. One of the concerns around this was vocational schools often do lots of different things around teaching their students how to do things as far as cleaning, building, refurbishing, all kinds of things around different weapons, and they don't teach 7th grade classes at those schools. So what we wanted to do was make sure that we don't somehow prohibit folks from doing the training of kind of the older students, high school, college, from doing some of the vocational training that they do. So what this amendment does, it simply strikes the word vocational from the amendment that we added in committee.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Fields.
Yes, members, I urge a no on this amendment. To have an exclusion for vocational schools when we already have in the bill that we're expanding the program beyond 7th grade. Why isn't it good for vocational schools? So once again, the messaging and the wording that we're using, once again, it's like we're playing loose with these words here. And we talk about this guns, simulated guns, and Colorado prohibits any guns from being on school grounds. Our kids are taught active shooter drills. And sometimes they might not know if it's a fake gun or not. So members, vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 168.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is entirely voluntary, and the school may offer the Hunter Education course as an elective if they choose to do so. The Hunter Education course will cost, there is no cost for school resources, whether it's administrative or whether it's financial. The instructors will be provided by an arrangement with CPW at no cost to the school. This bill is about a partnership between schools and CPW. Educators are deeply involved in the curriculum planning, and they will lead the discussion on the length of time of the course. I heard that, the course is offered outside of the school, what would be about 10 hours. That can be expanded, can stay at 10 hours, whatever the educator and that course requires. But I trust the educators to make these decisions. The minimum hours, like I said, 10 hours, but it can go longer. And Hunter Education is a course that's designed to highlight basically personal responsibility, but also outdoor education, and so many other things are involved in this. But I just think this is a very important bill. And again, it doesn't cost any school resources, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I grew up in Wyoming, it was my grandfather who taught me how to safely have a healthy fear and respect for weapons. In today's world, you may not have that grandfather, that mom in your life, that neighbor who might be able to teach you how to have a respect for weapons. So this course may be the only chance that a kid gets to understand how dangerous it might be to put your finger on the trigger, how to handle a weapon, to always treat it as if it's loaded. I was lucky to have a grandfather that taught me those things very early in life. This bill provides a chance for kids all over the state and the districts to make a choice. Is this something that fits within our culture, within the people who live in our area and the kids who go to our school? In many cases, they may say no. But this makes it clear that in 7th grade, districts can make that choice. And I think it's ultimately, a bill like this, one thing that we didn't get into much is Hunter's Ed it's even far more than just hunter safety. They study things like outdoor survival skills. They study first aid. Again, some of the things that you might not get exposed to depending on where you live. And I think that those kind of skills can make a more informed and a better group of young folks who can make their way and become good citizens who can act responsibly and have that personal responsibility. So I look forward to adoption of this bill today, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand before you on House Bill 1168, and I have some very significant concerns. If there is a need or a want for hunter education for our youth, I think that's totally fine, certainly an option that should be out there. Division of Parks and Wildlife are certainly an appropriate place for this to lie, but I don't think it's appropriate to be tied to our schools, our public schools in particular.
Senator Story, I apologize for interrupting. The audio has gone out on the video, and so Senator Fields cannot hear anymore, so we're going to take a quick pause, Senatorial 5, so that we can work that out. We are going to take a senatorial 10 because it turns out nobody can hear. So we will pause. We are coming out of our senatorial 5. I apologize for the interruption. Senator Story, you were in the middle of your testimony. If you'll start again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will simply begin again. I was not that far into it. I stand before you today in opposition of House Bill 1168. I have grave concerns about this bill. I appreciate that Division of Parks and Wildlife would be engaged in this process and providing certified instructors, etc. But I see absolutely no reason why this needs to be tied to our schools. CPW can accept completion of the Hunter Education course as a requirement to obtain a certificate for hunter education. I just don't see the need for doing this in our schools. It doesn't matter that it's a 10-hour class time or that there's a written test or that there's an option for live fire exercise, though I heard it's gone to inert, which is great. But I just don't believe this type of course is necessary in our public schools or tied to our public schools. Additionally, Colorado Education Association is opposed to this bill. And in the fact sheet, it states that hunter education is important to connect young people with nature and outdoor wildland activity. That's an opinion, and it could be, but there are certainly a number of other ways to connect young people with nature and outdoor wildland activity through hiking, through camping, backpacking, backcountry skiing, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, alpine skiing, whitewater boating, lake paddling, any number of other ways to connect youth to outdoor wildland activity. In Colorado, it also states Colorado is recognized as a mecca for outdoor recreation, yet hunting and angling are declining, and younger residents are less frequently engaged in hunting and fishing. So that is pointing to the real purpose of this, is to lure more young people into hunting and get them certified to hunt. And I just don't think our public education system should be a part of that process. Certainly the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife has every opportunity to provide hunting education courses as a part of their system, but I do not think it should be tied to our public schools, and I will be in opposition, am in opposition to this bill.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Evergreen. In testimony, some of the things that we heard were that it's important for this class to be able to be taught to everyone. So one of the things that happens with CPW is evening classes are very difficult for folks who may be in a rural area where they're a long way to get back to school to have the class taught. And even more important, in order to teach this to the broad spectrum of kids who might be interested, not everyone is born into a family that has perhaps two parents or people that can pick up the kids from school and then bring them back later or bring them back for the weekend for this class. So one of the reasons we wanted to make sure that this could be allowed in schools is so that it really was available to everyone. A couple of other good points that were raised that came up that you wouldn't know unless you went to the testimony, and that is things like Hunter's Ed are about far more than simply gun safety. In fact, the majority of the course touches on things like healthy respect for animals, wildlife, and wildland preservation and conservation. And then finally, the last point that she brought up that I wanted to make sure that I touch on is live fire is not a part of what we're proposing here today. There will not be any. It's certainly an optional things that parents could opt into later. This is purely the classroom time where they study that large book that I brought up before. So I appreciate the comments, but I think that testimony covered most of those.
Senator Janal. Oh, excuse me, Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At first when I saw this bill, I was torn and trying to determine how I'd vote on this. I'm here to speak in support of it, basically because I see this as a class as one that serves a possible need in the more favorable to the rural schools versus the metro schools. I grew up in a rural area. We had these classes, so I understand the gist of it. However, I have constituents who are absolutely opposed to this bill because it's the reminder, the trauma. If you don't know, I live in Arapahoe High School's feeder, and just the thought of any kind of even a fake gun coming to school is traumatizing. But the reality is, and the conclusion for me here is that schools do not have to offer this course, and they will be wary of that. Parents can speak up to their school boards. They can say they don't want to have this in their school. I think it's more, and I believe that it will provide that opportunity, and I just hope schools will be wary of this, and so I will be an aye vote.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took the hunter safety course 3 times. May not be quite the same as going through law school twice, but somebody got a law degree, and I got my hunting license. So I took it when I was 12. Not uncommon. A lot of kids did in my rural area. offered several places. The guy down the street, he was only about a half mile from us. That's where I happened to take mine. Then I took it with my older son when he turned 12 because he was convinced we were going to hunt. I hadn't hunted since I'd been in Colorado, but he turned 12. He wanted to hunt, so I took it with him. Very similar, also very different. They started focusing a little more on things like the habitat and the animal and the environmental side of it. Great course. I was not available when my 3 daughters took it, and so they were there with my wife. They all have a respect for guns. They've all shot guns. They are not intimidated by guns, but none of them hunt. In fact, I think it's safe to say none of them probably shoot at all anymore. May not even, they're adults. They may not even have a gun in the house. But it was a very good course for them. There was some outdoor survival stuff. There were things that they found useful in their life. Took it again with young son, his mom and I, so there were 3 of us in there. I did not take the final exam, so I don't know if I passed that one or not. He is another one that's chosen not to hunt. That's really not his idea of a good time. I do know for sure that he does have guns in the house, securely locked up because he happens to live alone, bought a house here a year or 2 ago, and so they are secured. Just in case he has visitors that don't know what to do with guns. But I've taken it 3 times, 2 of them with children. Very good course. It was very useful even for the people that have no intention of ever hunting. Very useful for the people who think someday they might want to actually take a hike outside of a city park. I would recommend an aye vote here.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I want to be clear here in reference to the district I represent because 1/3 of my district is rural. It includes Strasburg, Bennett, Byers, Deer Trail, Bennett. And I can tell you, and then I have some urban and suburban areas, and no superintendent has called me and said that they want to have hunter education programs in their schools. What they're telling me is that since COVID, that they have lost students, and superintendents and school boards are really focused on the lack of enrollment that they have in schools. They're focused on teacher recruitment and retention. No one is asking for this, and if they want it, they can go ahead and pursue that, and we don't need legislation to do that. What I hear from parents, and I have heard from parents and from my district in reference to not thinking that this is appropriate during this day and time to be teaching a course like this because of the loss of learning. We have kids that are not reading at grade level. So when we think about having this as an elective and it's going to be a accredited course, read the bill. It's a accredited course. I guess it's pass or fail. And, if you go online, it's only 10 hours. They want to teach it for a semester. And these folks that are teaching it aren't licensed teachers. These are just volunteers who have been certified by Colorado Parks and Wildlife to be instructors. They haven't gone through any kind of licensure, classroom management. I don't know how they put the information about taking this course onto a transcript. And so we have these volunteers that aren't certified, and they are shaping the minds of these young people. We heard one of the senators talk about, the parents want it in school because they don't have time to maybe take their son or daughter or whoever to a course on the weekends or in the evenings or whatever. But as parents, we all do what's best for our kids, and we make time for things that we want to. And to take away academic courses that will prepare a kid to take their place in the future tomorrow and not give them the calculus, the science, the math, the literacy, the history. And that's not what parents are asking for. If I wanted to teach my kids fishing, I would do that. I would not want to occupy a state-funded school facility for this type of activity with a certified instructor by Parks and Wildlife that I don't even know. They don't have a BA. They don't have a bachelor's degree. It's a 10-hour course. And it's going to be a part of an elective course. And I talked to the instructors. I was in committee. And they said they were going to fill it up. They were going to fill it up with other content to stretch it. Really? We have the luxury to stretch a 10-hour course for a whole semester on gun education, safety program? If you look on the bill on page 3, line 16, it's that it may include hands-on activity. We heard one of the sponsors says it doesn't. And then it goes on to say that the provider cannot require a student to participate in hands-on activity as a condition of enrollment. And it's not a part of being a satisfactory completion. Once again, we're playing with words here. Activity or not. I mean, it's not clear. There's so much language in here. 1 minute you can do it, 1 minute you can't. And now we're talking about all these other things. It's not in the bill. The bill talks about hands-on activity as relates to operating a firearm. It doesn't say we're going to go hug a tree. Environment. It specifically talks about hunting. A hunting program. It doesn't expand into all this other content that other people are talking about. Yeah, I think all of that is good, it's dandy. But our kids are struggling. And what they're saying is that they want more FaceTime with their instructors, not with a gun. They want high fives from their teachers. They want a hug from their teacher. They want one-on-one with the teacher in reference to what they need, what their deficits are as it relates to the core academic instructional content. This is something that should be an elective that you can do on your own, like gymnastics or swimming. It's just not appropriate for us to be having hunter education instruction by a certified instructor from Colorado Parks and Wildlife to teach our kids. Manage the classroom. What if there's behavioral issues? I mean, we're trusting them and they haven't even gone to school. So now we're going to stretch it out for a whole elective for a semester and no one's questioning that? This is a very good bill. It's not necessary. Districts can already do this. We do not need a state statute to tell a district that they can do this when they already can. So I'm voting no, as you probably figured that out, on this House Bill 1168.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to come down and rise in support of this bill and talk about why it's consistent with other bills I've supported along the way. I think that gun safety is an extremely serious piece of education. Both my children have been through gun safety classes because I'm not comfortable sending them into homes of other people when I don't know how guns are stored or where they are. And I feel that if my children know how serious a gun is and how to treat it with responsibility, they're going to be safer. I've also voted to expand sex education because that should be treated seriously. I have also voted to make sure that our children learn about climate change because that should be treated seriously. I voted to make sure that our children have had science and STEM education provided in their curriculum because that should be taken seriously. So when I look at this piece of legislation and the local control it gives, and each school and each district gets to decide when and if and how this is offered, and parents get to decide when and if and how this is provided to their children, but it's a serious matter, and whether we like it or not, our children will be faced with guns in their life. And working with the hunting community, these folks really are true conservationists. And when I look at protecting our public lands and making sure that our public lands are safe in the future, instilling that sense of conservation is incredibly important. And so for me, if we are supporting making sure that our children take those other things that I've worked really hard to make sure are part of their curriculum, this is along those values, and that's why I'm in support of this bill.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify a few things that was brought up in this debate. First of all, there was a discussion about certified instructors from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and how they don't have any training. And as volunteers, they are volunteering their own time. They do work for the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife. And what we heard when this was brought up in committee about what their qualifications were to come into school systems, if the schools want this, and again, it's permissive, any school can ask for it if they want it from 7th grade all the way up. But these certified instructors have to fill out an application, they have to have background checks, they have to be interviewed by CPW, they are assigned a mentor. If they're a new instructor, there's an academy for teaching them how to instruct this course. They have to pass 3 tests, and they have to teach, along with their mentor, 3 lessons in this particular course. And that can be in schools. There are currently 5 schools that are doing this. But the instructor volunteers 10 hours with Hunter Education per year. They have to take continuing education courses every 3 years. So just like other professions, they have to have continuing education. And they have to have background checks. They have to have background checks like you would for concealed carry. Every 5 years, they get that background check. So these certified instructors have a lot of multi-step processes to go through before they can even qualify to teach this course. And then, in order to teach the course in school, I keep hearing 10 hours, 10 hours. That is what, if you took this course from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife on a weekend, or 2 weekends, it would be 10 hours. But how long it would be when it's offered in a school in 7th grade up to 12th grade, that would be a collaboration by that particular school and by the CPW as to the requirements and how they're going to teach it. It's going to be a joint effort. I heard about the fact that, gifts, grants, and donations. CPW gets gifts, grants, and donations. And sometimes some of the things they need for this course, if they get gifts and grants and donations from other people, and whoever wants to provide that, why not? We all accept gifts, grants, and donations too, but anyways. What I wanted to say is, I hear about this course, and yeah, it's not like math and science and other courses that, we know are taught in grades K through 12. But what this course offers is probably not taught in any one grade that you will get in school. It's unique to science, it's unique to the environment, it's unique to personal safety and responsibility, and it offers, and this is the important part, it's offered during the day, during school hours. And this is what we heard in committee, that there are students who don't have that ability to have their parents take them on a weekend to a course that CPW offers. They can do it at that time during school hours and have an education not just of science or math, but it's really very unique. Just to give you an idea of what's covered, we've got, if you go through the manual, you got math, you've got topography, you've got reading maps and compasses, you've got ecology, hydrology, anatomy and physiology, you've got personal health, what to do when you're out of doors, what to do about other people who are out of doors with you. You gain respect for animals. You also learn a lot about ecology because you're looking at where you are and the types of animals that are out in the environment. And some of these kids will never see this. And that's what's so important about this. It's not, if they wanted to get a hunting license, they would have to have another step altogether. But they can take this course and never get a hunting license. But I think it teaches kids so much more. I would love to have had a course like this. And maybe the gifts, grants, and donations could go to a field trip to take some of these kids who have never been in the wilderness, never been on a hike, and learned about animal tracks or things of that nature, water, and just flora and fauna. So this is a wonderful course that I believe is got a lot of advantages for kids who may never get this opportunity. And I hope you will support House Bill 1168.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1168. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No!
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1024?
House Bill 1024, Representatives Byrd and Woog, Senators Hansen and Kolker, concerning an expansion of the existing sales and use tax exemption for construction and building materials used for the building of public works to require that home rule cities exempt tax on sales of such materials when used for public school and construction, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1024 on second reading.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, just a very quick overview of 1024. I think a very simple bill in that we're simply trying to help the limited state resources that go to school construction to go that much further. It was estimated by the BEST board that there's a $17 billion shortfall in spending on school infrastructure in the state of Colorado. And the state, more recently, has stepped up to help fill that need. We are, last year, I believe, we had $300 million in BEST grants as one example of how the state has stepped up. And so with this bill, we're basically asking that because of the statewide interest in providing adequate school buildings, modern school buildings, that we think it's appropriate because of that statewide interest to not pay sales tax on that construction. And that allows our limited state dollars to go that much further. And so I urge your support of House Bill 1024.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is for the adoption of House Bill 1024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1060?
House Bill 1060, Representative Sirota, Senator Gonzalez, concerning the establishment of contribution limits under the Fair Campaign Practices Act for candidates for school district director and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
We will take a senatorial 5. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1060 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1060? Senator Lundin.
I will be extremely brief in my comments on this bill. I oppose this bill. I think this bill abridges and offends the First Amendment right of free expression. Sometimes we translate our free expression into dollars because we can't be everywhere, and dollars are essentially a capturing of our time. We extend our time by virtue, and we capture our time into dollars. And when we limit the dollars you can spend in an election, specifically something as important as a local school board, we abridge the First Amendment and freedom of speech. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in opposition to House Bill 1060, and I suppose if it applied equally, at least from my perspective, I might be able to accept the premise. But I remember years and years ago when campaign contribution limits were debated. I was over in the House gallery listening to that, and there was a long back and forth about would the $400 contribution that any person can make to a candidate for the state legislature every 4 years for a state Senate race, every 2 years for a state House race, shouldn't the same limits also apply to small donor committees? And adamantly, the people who were for those limits said no. No. Small donor committee, that's something else entirely. And I suppose I'll probably hear a similar perspective now. And we've got a large group of people giving no more than $50 per person per year, that they should be able to contribute vastly more than that. Small donor committees are in my opinion, the most significant influence in school board elections. Occasionally, a school board race will attract contributions that might change that. My school board in Douglas County is one example of where large sums of money have been contributed. And when you have private donors donating their private funds, I agree with the gentleman from Monument, that's a First Amendment right. But when we say, no, those people will be limited in what they can contribute, but the small donor committees, because of how they collect their money, they can collect and donate much more. That just doesn't seem right. If you spend time at the Tracer website, Tracer is the state level campaign finance reporting website. And for those of you watching, listening online, if you haven't been to Tracer and you're interested to see who gets what money from whom, go to Tracer and you can search contributions. You can search a specific candidate or campaign committee and issue committee and see where they get their money and how it's spent. But for years, the Small Donor Committee has been the powerhouse in hard money contributions. So now, some would propose that a community like where I live in Douglas County, that if people want to put their own money into supporting candidates who are running on issues that contributor cares about, that they would be limited. But at the same time, the Small Donor Committee would continue to do what it does. And groups, large groups where maybe $50 a year is deducted from a paycheck, and you have thousands of people contributing to that, that adds up to a lot of money. And then that group might form another one, and another one, and another one, because gosh, $50 a year isn't that much. But when you have thousands of people who are participating in that Small Donor Committee who share something in common, they're employed by that school district or another. Should they be excluded from having a voice? No, I'm not suggesting that. But what I am suggesting is if we're going to limit one side, let's limit both. Or let's not limit either one. I'm a no vote on 1060. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sonnenberg. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
Given what my good friend and colleague just talked about, I think it is indeed entirely appropriate to limit everybody to $2,500. As you notice on page 3, Section B, it talks about the maximum amount of aggregate contributions that a small donor committee may make to a candidate is $25,000. Now, does that seem fair to you? From my perspective, and the truth is, I actually think that we probably have some issues with campaign finance. But I think this makes, without this amendment, it makes it worse. With this amendment where you put everybody on the same playing field, by golly, I think we're right there. I'd ask for your aye vote for L004 to make this equitable for everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sponsor.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to L004 to 1060. We very intentionally moved the, right now there are no limitations on contributions to school board director candidates. And what we have done through House Bill 1060 is to create campaign contribution limits that mirror the existing contribution limitations that currently exist for county candidates. And so that ratio mirrors what is in statute for similarly situated candidates. And I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if L004 doesn't answer the question, then maybe the opposite would answer the question. If L004 passes, then both the individual donor who might contribute $2,500 and the small donor committee would be able to contribute $2,500. If that's wrong, what if we ran an amendment and say they could both contribute $25,000? The leverage that one donor willing to put his or her money into a campaign would be equal. If that donor could put $25,000 in and match all of those members of the group that put $50 in, that would level the playing field too. But without this amendment, what it means is a person who cares about a school board race and who can afford to make a contribution, you can give $2,500 once. The small donor committee can give $25,000, and then again, that group of, say, employees of a school district, they could create a second small donor committee, and they could put in $50. If the race is really tight and they need more money, they could go out and create a third one, $75. And a fourth one, $100. But meanwhile, the individual who's willing to put his or her own money into a school district because they care about choice in education, parental choice in education, or whatever it might be, $2,500. There aren't many ways, I'm not an attorney, but gosh, there aren't many ways that the individual who, without this amendment, would contribute $2,500, they could turn around and give another $2,500 a different way. Maybe a husband and wife, they could each $5,000. Yeah. But that's never going to catch up to the $25,000. And that was my frustration years ago. I wasn't a member of the legislature. I sat up in the gallery of the House and listened to this very kind of debate. No. Small donor committee, that's a whole bunch of people. Well, they're members of the union, generally. That's usually what it is. And they can only give $50 a year. Right. But you've got that captive audience. And very often, they're employees of the very district where the election is happening. Whether or not they live in the district, that's beside the point. If they do, they could write a personal check for up to $2,500 or whatever they want to. But that collective ability, they get 10 times the amount of an individual. That's not the little guy. That's the most powerful force in these campaigns. year after year, cycle after cycle. But not very many people go to Tracer and look at those facts. But it's not big, wealthy donors. There aren't that many of them around. But the members of these small donor groups, union members, they can organize as many of those small donor PACs as they care to. And if you go out and look at state legislative races or school board races, if you take the time and look, you'll understand that the small donor committee is the most powerful hard money force in this state. By far. It's not wealthy donors putting in huge amounts because they can only put in $2,500 under this bill. Once. Ask for an aye vote on L004.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's just keep in mind that a small donor committee contribution is only possible at that maximum $25,000 level if the small donor committee has successfully organized 500 individuals to contribute $50 apiece. So they can't just will this money out of thin air. You got to actually organize people. Now, certainly, teachers have organized into small donor committees, but so too has the apartment association. They have a small donor committee of landlords. So too have gun owners. RMGO has a small donor committee. And so what we say for county level candidates, what we say for nearly every other elected candidate, that $25,000 is an acceptable contribution limit for small donor committees. We're just asking for the same to apply to school board director candidates. I renew my call for a no vote on L004.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And as you pointed out, as the sponsor of the bill so eloquently pointed out, this only goes into effect when you have 500 members. If I understand the bill correctly, those are the only small donor committees that can reach that avenue. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're under that 500 member?
No.
Senator Gonzalez?
Not about, thank you, Madam Chair. It's not about members, it's about the contributions who are received. And so any entity that, any small donor committee that receives contributions from of $50 maximum per year contributions would be then allowed to make such a maximum contribution.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Exactly. So a small construction company, a small group of contractors that have less than 500 donors can't meet the $25,000 threshold. They can't even contribute $25,000. So who can? I can think of one small segment of society that has those small donor committees that are large enough to be able to do this. Oh yeah. Unions. Education unions. That's why this is unreasonable. That's why this is unfair. That's why this amendment should limit everybody on the same playing field. small donor committees that are smaller, small donor committees that are larger, contributors from the private sector or individuals that are not as well off as some that may be well off, all should be limited to $2,500. That's why I asked for a yes vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I said in my first round of comments, this is about freedom of speech. It's about the ability to influence an election by virtue of what you have to say, advocacy, and participation in the political process. Part of how that translates is it translates into dollars. Dollars are a proxy for our time. Now, the argument is that it's hard to organize people, and it is, quite frankly. If it's disparate members of society all living their lives and doing what they're doing, they can be hard to organize into $50 a piece per year. But if, like we do every day, 35 members show up here at 9 a.m. every day except Monday when we show up at 10 a.m., we have a prayer, we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we take a roll call, a little bit later we take a nap if it's a good day. It's very much like school. It's easy to organize people who come to the same place, do the same thing, have the same advocacy proclivities, the same attention to the same sorts of matters. In fact, if it's union employees of a school district, and the union has the capacity to say, hey, we're going to make this easy for you. Part of the deal, if you're a member of the union, in addition to your dues for all of the support we'll give you for legal reasons, etc., we also would like you to contribute to our advocacy operation. The advocacy operation comes in multiple aspects. One of those advocacy organizations that we have is a small donor committee. We're only going to take $5 out of your paycheck every month, and over the course of 10 months, you will have satisfied your $50 obligation to our advocacy, and there's where the small donor money is collected. And it's done in a way that puts the thumb on the scale for the people inside the building. And here this bill says we want to, in fact, limit and restrict the ability for people outside the building to advocate. Amendment L004 simply says, take the thumb off the scale, make it the same for everybody, limit both the small donor committee with its efficiencies in fundraising to $2,500, and the individuals also, as the bill calls for, would be limited to $2,500. I urge your support of Amendment L004 in pursuit of fairness and, quite frankly, defense of the First Amendment, freedom of speech, specifically with regard to elections around that which matters so much to all of us. The education of our children, the education of our grandchildren. As some of us get older and older, maybe one day it'll be the education of our great-grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to bring forward House Bill 1060 for your consideration. This bill is about ensuring that Coloradans have trust and confidence in our school boards. In the last school district board elections that we most recently had in November of 2021, we heard testimony in committee that people were shocked because there were individuals who were donating thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. In some cases, $10,000 coming from an individual to candidates. And let me remind y'all that school board candidates are volunteer, unpaid positions. It makes you wonder, why would an individual donate $10,000 to a handful of candidates. This played out in Douglas County and in Denver County. This played out in rural Colorado and in the urban core. We set the limits. Right now, there are no limits for any campaign contribution to a school board director candidate. And we stopped and said, you know what? This is about ensuring the integrity of our process. Talk about thumbs on scales. Oftentimes, school districts can cover areas that are significantly larger than the districts that we as state legislators cover. And so we intentionally mirrored the threshold of a $2,500 individual contribution to the same threshold for contribution limits for county races in order to protect against those outlier contributions. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And like manna from heaven, an amendment falls to the desk.
Correct. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005. Amend the reading gross bill, page 3, lines 8 and 9, strike 2,500 and substitute 25,000.
Senator Lundin.
Good to see Panetta at the mic. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L005.
To the amendment.
So what this does, again, it's just a different way of getting at the even-handedness argument we're having here. This says simply, okay, fine. If you want the small donors to be able to give $25,000, an individual ought to be able to give $25,000. Speech is speech, right? It's as simple as that. The arguments that I'm more than happy to repeat, but I'm sure that many people don't want to hear the arguments repeated at 2:10 on a Friday afternoon after we've had hours and hours and hours of debate on a number of significant bills. But wait, this is a First Amendment bill. There is nothing more important than this. And so I will make the argument again.
Not even my feet?
Pardon me?
Not even my feet?
The amendment simply says that if an individual cares enough to have the voice and have the ability to speak into what that most important element of our society, the education of our children, looks like, they should have the freedom to do that. They shouldn't be limited to $2,500. If it's on their heart and within their capacity to speak at ad nauseum, as we do sometimes from this mic, if they can stand there and present and present and present, they should have the freedom to do that. And quite frankly, again, since money is nothing but a proxy for our time, if an individual chooses to put their time and their First Amendment right in by virtue of investing in that campaign, they should have the freedom to do that. So Amendment L005 simply says, small donor committee, organized, collected, traditionally controlled by the unions, or an individual. They may each speak with authority, speak with significant dollars, because that is the American way, the ability to have free and fair and open conversation about what we want our campaigns and our elections to look like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
L005 is also, given the good senator from Monuments argument, a limitation on free speech. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. So I would then engage in that aspect of the debate and say, well, let's just take the limits off altogether. No limits. Allow for disclosure. Let's understand who is choosing to speak. Let's understand with how much intensity and for how long they choose to stand and speak, but let's not limit it. It is, after all,
the amendment
freedom of speech.
limits it.
This particular amendment is, and I will acknowledge, to Amendment L005 that says, amend the re-engrossed bill, page 3, lines 8 and 9, strike $2,500, that's the individual element of the bill, and substitute $25,000, raising that from $2,500 all the way up to $25,000. I'm simply saying, in response to the bill sponsor's condemnation, challenge, rejection of this amendment, using the theory that it is a limitation on speech, yes, but it's a higher limit than what the bill sponsor is offering in the bill. It provides for $25,000 worth of interaction from each of the two elements that may participate. My personal perspective, pull the limitations off altogether. That's not what this amendment, L005, would do. It's limited to $25,000 from each side. But that might be the pathway home. Just say we don't want limitations on these elections, that anyone could invest however much of their breath or how many of their dollars they choose to invest into that campaign. I urge your support of Amendment L005, which, to be clear, is about raising the limitation for both small donor committees. That's already in the bill as proposed at $25,000 for small donor committees. They get the advantage as the bill is drafted, giving the individual the right to invest $25,000 in the campaign if they would like to, also to make it more fair in the pursuit of freedom and First Amendment rights.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Money is not speech, regardless of the determination that the Supreme Court made. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Vote no on this amendment.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's also worth our time and consideration that this amendment, while it would level the playing field between donors, individual donors, and the small donor PACs, which again, the small donor PACs, the little guys, that's the most powerful force in politics in Colorado, hard money force, and has been for years. You know who it doesn't limit? People who have vast amount of money of their own. So if you want to support this bill, think of the long-term implications. More people of considerable wealth will have a greater opportunity to win seats. We saw that years ago when the people of Colorado were convinced that getting corporate money out of politics was why they should vote for a constitutional amendment that placed that restriction. Contribution limits. Unless you're giving your campaign your own money. You know what the contribution limits are there? There aren't any. Yeah. With all due respect, we have a chief executive of this state who I believe wrote a check or checks to his own campaign 4 years ago, somewhere in the range of $25 million. And people ask, well, Holbert, run for governor. We'll find somebody to give you a big money. No, that's not the way it works. No one else could give a candidate unlimited amounts of money. That's what this is. But if you have your own money, totally free to give yourself, your own campaign, as much of your own money as you want. Now, over the years, I've had an increasing number of constituents ask, well, why do we have a constitution? Why do we have laws that allow really, really ultra-wealthy individuals to literally buy a race? And the answer is that, well, a majority of people voted for a constitutional amendment that made it that way. So with this bill, supporting it means you're further limiting who might run, because you're further restricting who might win. If you are the selected candidate supported by small donor committees that are made up by teachers, that in districts where unions exist are union members, and they're paying for investing in the election so that they can invest people to sit on their side of the table and negotiate with them over millions of dollars, huge sums of money. I think Dougco, we're north of $600 million a year, $700 million a year. Denver, Jeffco, I think they're $1 billion plus a year. You get 5 or 7 members sitting there in the school board, and the union, the teachers have won the election again. They're literally negotiating with the people they elected with money that came from your tax dollars. And then residents of the districts ask, well, why does our school board support mask mandates or whatever? We've had a lot of that. That caused a lot of change and frustration down in Douglas, and people decided to get involved in their school board elections again. And guess what? It flipped. So what do we see now? This bill. Hamstring the people who are not supported by the union, not supported by the small donor PACs, who don't have their own money to buy their race, limit their ability to be effective in these campaigns. That's what this is about. Ask for an aye on the vote, or on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. But there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 by Senator Holbert, amending re-engross bill, page 3, line 15, strike dollars and substitute dollars, except that no small donor committee shall make a contribution in a school board race within a district where small donor committee contributions are automatically deducted from the employee paychecks or contributions to that small donor committee.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got unlevel playing field. The employees of the districts, hundreds, even thousands of them, contribute voluntarily, decide they want to take $50 out of their paycheck each year and put it in their small donor PAC so that they can have a voice in electing school board directors. What this amendment would say is, okay, but if that very district deducts those dollars for the union, for the employees, from their paychecks, and then the school district collects those dollars and sends them into the small donor committee, that those dollars cannot be used within that district. This is something that the school board back in Douglas in 2009, this is one of the first changes they made, was stop the automatic deduction of paychecks in the district to political purposes. And you know what? It was millions of dollars. And the taxpayers of Douglas County didn't like that. And when the school board said, we're not going to do that anymore, the teachers didn't like that. But you know who did? The taxpayers of Douglas County. And if they want to have their own personal political effort, fine. I have people ask me to donate to a small donor committee occasionally, and I can put $50 of my own money in. If my wife and I can put $100 a year in and try to have a voice. So, okay, if the small donor committee is doing its own organizing and going out and soliciting those contributions to whoever, teachers, employees of the district, non-employees, parents, that's their business. But if they've elected a school board that then will put a policy in place that, yeah, the school district will do the deduction for your political purposes so that you can elect people that will sit on your side of the table and not on the side of the table of the taxpayers, then we're going to say with L006, you can't use those dollars in that district. This makes sense. Let's make sure we level the playing field and give the taxpayers and residents of a school district equal footing with these organized small donor committees. Ask for an aye vote on L006.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting exercise that we're now engaged in, because it seems that my colleagues on this side of the aisle are saying, don't limit speech unless you limit it in the way that I think is most important. Jump through the hoops. Let's see. I expect the next amendment will probably only allow people who live, whose phone number ends on an odd number to be able to make contributions. Maybe it'll be the next amendment. We can say if your favorite color is, I don't know, green, then you can make these types of contributions. Ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too concerned about what number the phone number ends in, odd or even. No. What I'm after is that the taxpayers, the parents especially, in a school district, they appreciate it when a school board is accountable to them, not the employees of the district. Now, am I saying that a school board should be against the employees of a district? No. I'm pointing out the fact that when we elect school board directors to make decisions with hundreds of millions of dollars, or in the two largest districts, $1 billion a year, they ought to be accountable to the customers, the parents and students, not to the employees. But what we've seen created because of constitutional amendments and statutory changes here in the General Assembly over the past 15, 20 years, we have created, through the Constitution and laws, a scenario that has created an unlevel playing field. I know it's easy if you don't understand the influence of small donor committees. I know it's easy to say, that's just the little guys. It's only $50 a year. But they're the most powerful force of hard money contributions in school board elections. Not wealthy donors, individuals, here in the state or out of state or anywhere else. Not people using their own money to invest in what they believe is good. Not the parents and taxpayers of a district. The most powerful force, because of this long-term agenda for constitutional and statutory change, the most powerful force in a school district are those who are paid in that school district. That's what it is. And then they use taxpayer dollars. Once they're in a paycheck, I agree, those aren't taxpayer dollars anymore, but that's the source, to go out and fund elections to elect 5 or 7 people to their school board, or at least a simple majority of 5 or 7, to make decisions that benefit the employees. That's the problem. But this bill is yet another step to say, make it a worse problem. Make the problem even worse. But it's justified by saying, no. This is about the little guy. Well, in my county, you want to guess who the largest employer is? The school district. By far. There's not a company that has that anywhere near that many employees. And the people of Douglas County from time to time have paid closer or more or less attention to school board races. This last year, they paid closer attention. And the school board flipped. And now you have a majority who have promised the voters of Douglas County that they would be accountable to them, not the employees. Not saying they're adversarial towards the employees, but Douglas County's happy with where their school board is right now. The majority of people, not everybody. But with this amendment, it would just say, if you're using the resources of the school district for political purposes, deducting contributions out of paychecks that go into those small donor packs. You can't use the funds from those small donor packs for races within that school district. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1060? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's been a long week. I hoped to be on my way home by now, but apparently not. And yet, here we are. And we're here on another momentous question. This one that I know, even as a simple, very simple country lawyer, know a fair amount about. I don't have an amendment on this bill. I don't have an amendment on this bill because it's my personal belief that this bill is unconstitutional. Now, let me hasten to add, so you don't think I'm such a simple country lawyer, that my 2 law degrees didn't equip me to find out that the United States Supreme Court does not agree with me. They're right because they're last. They're not last because they're right. They have chosen in their decisions some halfway measures about money and politics that have created a much worse situation than had they simply left it alone. Oh, and just a side note, I had hoped to be home by now, and I'm not, and since I canceled the rest of the afternoon, you might want to do likewise. I might, because this has implications for the Citizens United case, someone will come down here and talk after me. I'll pull those cases up in the briefs with them, and we'll read from them this afternoon. It's just an idea. Seriously, here's the thing, folks. There are a lot of spurious arguments around this issue of campaign finance limitation and all. One of them that has been asserted here is these positions don't even pay anything at all. Why would someone give $10,000 to elect someone to a position that doesn't pay anything at all? Well, last time I looked, you make $40,000 a year. Some of you made 40 while I was making 30. And I will tell you that there were hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars spent by some people on your election, not because you made $40,000 a year, but because the decisions that you made created a swing of billions of dollars in Colorado and destroyed whole industries in Colorado. And school district positions are more momentous than that because they determine the future of our communities, our state, and our country, and what is taught there, and how it is taught, and who teaches it, and who administers the district matter greatly to citizens. I used to say when I did campaigns, rather than being a candidate, sometimes to people, well, they would come and say, it's really important we elect your candidate because such and such issue is going to happen, and if we lose the majority or we don't have him or her on such and such committee, something's going to happen which is going to destroy our jobs and industry and economy in Colorado. And I say, and you know, outside this building, I don't say that in this building, well, have all of your people maxed out their $400? And I go, well, you know, we're working on that. My question was always, well, why haven't they if their job depends on it? My point is, there's a lot of money in the races because there's a lot at stake, and a lot of times it is money. And in school district races, the people who give $10,000 are not giving $10,000 because they're going to get a job at the school district, because even if those jobs pay as administrative jobs, superintendent or so forth, pays into the six figures, that ain't enough to give 10 on. The people who are given $10,000 and $15,000 are doing so for philosophic reasons, not even probably economic reasons, other than the most abstract of ways, and probably in the abstract of ways of the future of our country and the stability of our economy and the workforce that we get. By the way, did I mention you need to call home? But who does have an economic interest? Who does have an economic interest? Well, the union of employees of the school district and those employees, and I'm not critical of that. I just point it out. And do I blame them? No. Now, the sponsor, my good friend, the senator from Denver, said, well, about those who offered amendments, well, you're trying to favor those people and not those people. Well, that's the reason I didn't offer amendments. I get the offering of amendments, and I appreciate it, and I supported them. But what is wrong with this bill is what is wrong with everything that it amends and changes, and that is that it seeks to control the speech and the means and methods of speaking of the citizens of Colorado. Now, let me clarify something that the minority leader was talking about, that wealthy people, and with all respect, whatever respect is due, on the first floor we have someone who put $20 or $25 million in and got himself elected to the State Board of Education with a personal $1 million in a race that a personal $1 million is a lot of money. And I've been asked by a lot of people, well, why don't you put a stop to that or offer an amendment to put a stop to that? And the answer I give is, I'm just a simple country lawyer, but I know that that's a violation of the United States Constitution. Because you cannot control how much of my own money I spend. Why is that? Well, the only basis for campaign finance limitations, contribution limitations at all, is to promote integrity in the election process by prevention of fraud and undue influence upon the candidate or office holder. That's the justification. I think one of the things that Supreme Court justices don't have in their background is running for political office. The exception to that was Sandra Day O'Connor, by the way, who served in the Arizona legislature years ago. And you see that experience, by the way, in her opinions, because she shows great deference to state legislatures. But I digress. talk to the bill, Senator Gardner. The bill seeks to limit how much money an individual could give to someone who runs for school district director. So, you know, notwithstanding some who might have a rich relative who may have floated money to them in their campaign, creating something called a conduit, which wouldn't be good. That really does mean that your father or your son or your brother your very best friend who says, I can't serve, but I know that you will serve and serve conscientiously, and we're business partners. And if you'll go serve and see that our community is well represented on our school district, I'll make sure you have the money to send your mail and do your campaign. Now, you can't do that. You can give unlimited amount of money right now in the school district, and you could do that. But if this bill passes, it'll be $2,500, and that's a chunk of change for most races. But you couldn't put 5 in, although husband and wife could put 5 in, and your father could put 5 in, or 2,500, and your mother could put 25. Pretty soon, you know, if you build this good and you're kind of wealthy in a family, you could get there. But most of us can't do that. Most of us are just simple country lawyers raised in a blue-collar household who were fortunate enough to be selected to go to the Air Force Academy and get a college degree. But what does this bill do? Well, like so many things that we've done this year, maybe as we've done every year, this bill is, I'm going to say for the moment, assuming arguendo, as they say, it is well-intentioned and ill-considered. Well-intentioned because it wants to deal with improper influence in school district races. Well, I said it was well-intentioned for reasons of argument. I have no doubt that it's well-intentioned by those who sponsor the bill and all, but I don't agree with the intention. First of all, in this case, I don't agree with the intention. And it is ill-considered because each and every one of you have a personal limit of $400, $200 in the primary and $200 in the general, as they say, $400. And that's really hard to raise, but I have heard rumors that there's some sort of Democrat fund where people can make unlimited contributions and corporate contributions and all sorts of contributions to this fund. I've heard there might be a lot of these. They're called 527s. There's another, and there's some limitation in how they report. And if you want to layer them, you can. You run some risk if you don't do it carefully, but if you do it right, you don't really have to report too much about the source of the money. You don't have to say George Soros. Just one of his organizations. And you can put in limited money. Now, my dream as a candidate, and I never really realized this, but my dream as a candidate was always to run for office, announce my candidacy, never accept a single dime from anyone so I don't have to open a campaign finance account and worry about all of that, and just let others that I don't know and I don't coordinate with campaign for me. And instead of worrying about raising money, Bob could just go out and talk about the things that Bob advocates for, believes in, and what Bob thinks is best for the state of Colorado. And those people who agreed with Bob could have some organization over there, and Bob would go to his mailbox in the morning and he'd find a piece of literature there that said that Bob's opponent was, well, I don't know, you can't make false and misleading statements about campaigns. We know there's a law against that, but it's pretty harsh and hard-hitting stuff. And then when Bob's opponent calls him and says, you know, I got your phone number from somebody that's a mutual friend. I said, oh, we have mutual friends. When they say, you know, this is pretty low for you to have done this, Bob. They've said these things about me. They're not true. They're misleading. They're distortion. I just go like this and go, I don't know anything about it. I knew about it when you got it in your mailbox. I got it in my mailbox. In fact, just to make my opponent a little happier, I turned on the TV this morning and there was an ad just like that piece of mail.
Presumably paid for by campaign contributions, correct?
I'm sorry?
To the bill?
Absolutely, this is to the bill,
Great.
Madam Chair. To the bill in this way. I was talking about how these limits drive donors and contributors to do the kinds of things that I was just describing, Madam Chair. That is what it has to do with this bill. This bill is driving those who would make legitimate contributions to me if I were a school board candidate to give money to some other people that I have no control over, Madam Chair. That's what this bill does. So then you say, well, maybe we ought to amend this bill to put a stop to that stuff. Well, it turns out, let me tell you why we can't amend this bill, Madam Chair. That amendment can't be done to this bill. Let me tell you why. Because the United States Constitution does not permit that kind of restriction. In fact, in a very popular and well-known case called Citizens United, the United States Supreme Court went so far as to say you can have not just a 527 with people refer to it disparagingly as dark money. I keep looking for money that's a different color. You can have an independent expenditure committee and you can actually advocate for a vote. Now let me explain. It'll only take me a few minutes. These 527 committees that this bill drives the money to, they can't advocate for a vote. They can only send out literature that says that Bob's a really great guy, he's the kind of guy that everybody loves, and Bob stands for everything great and good in America. And then they send out, maybe even on the other side of that same mail piece, they have the thing that says Bob's opponent is a really bad guy. We think he might even be a communist. We think that he might shake the nation and the community on its foundation. That would be what this bill would drive the money to, that sort of thing. But then there's the Independent Expenditure Committee that this bill will drive that money to. And the Independent Expenditure Committee can say, vote for Bob, defeat Bob's opponent. And those people will list their names, and you can go to the Secretary of State's website, and Bob can go to the Secretary of State's website, and he can look on it and say, well, I didn't coordinate with those people. By the way, there's some of my very best friends on this list, but I have not talked with them at all about my campaign. Wow, but we have some mutual friends, and they talk about what Bob believes in all the time and how Bob's feeling like feeling like he needs more mail or he needs more TV advertising or he needs something. This bill is going to cause more of that because every campaign finance limitation that has ever been done in this country has done exactly that. It has driven contributors to give their money to other organizations. Now, this has been good, and I'm going to tell you, this is about this bill, Madam Chair. This bill is very good for campaign consultants. It is very good for campaign consultants because it allows that money to go into another organization where those people get to manage it all and get the fees that go with that. In fact, in my business as a simple country lawyer who occasionally advises people on campaigns, because we have campaigns in the country as well, they say, I want to help. I want to help Mr. Holbert. I want to help him. They might even refer to him as Chris in the, outside the building, and if they just know him. I want to help him because he was such a good guy in the Senate, and now I want to elect him to a higher office like school board. Or State Board of Education. Got to listen. And they say, so should I become involved? I've got money and I want to use it to support him. Should I get involved in his campaign? And I go, no, whatever you do, don't do that. In fact, let me, or I have some friends, let me start a 527 for you. And you can give us a check. How much do you want to put in to help him out? I think it ought to be a lot. You really feel passionately about this. And, I make light of it, but there are people who do because they care deeply about this country. And some of them are teacher employee unions that have their own lawyers and buildings across the street from the Capitol. Just like when I was in Alaska a while back and I was walking toward the Capitol in Juneau, I noticed that the Alaska Education Association had its building just a couple of blocks down from the Capitol. I thought, it must be a requirement. They want to do this as well, and they don't want to, they'll be subject, $25,000, chump change. They're going to want to put 50 or 100 in that because there's a lot more riding on it than $25,000. So what do? Their equivalent of simple country lawyer who does a little bit of politics, I call it the educated urban lawyer. They form a 527. And then what do you got? You got competing 527s. And you read about them in the newspapers. You read about them in Colorado politics. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. This bill and all of its predecessors, all of its ancestors, if you will, are responsible for that. And in my 14 sessions, I don't have 16 like a few people do. In my 14 sessions, from the day I got here, the 2 I was gone, until today, I venture that every session there was a bill just like this to get the money out of politics or to stop a handful of people from controlling things. Well, how about a single group of employees or a single industry or a single whatever? How about a single wealthy person and his or her own campaign. We have a few of those. You'd think they'd be Republicans, but they're not. Are we going to have, this bill seeks to limit contributions to candidates. I assume that's so that we can control the unfairness or something. Well, unfairness is in the eye of the beholder as to who you think is more meritorious than the other and which side, and I'm not so presumptuous as to know. I believe a set of things, and I believe them to be right and true, and if I didn't, I would believe some other things, and occasionally I have, over my adult life, changed my views on things or modified my views, but this bill is not going to do what I think it is intended to do. So in one way, I have to say, when I got here 16 years ago, can remember my 2 years that I was on sabbatical. When I got here 16 years ago, I used to get really excited and go to the well and talk for a long, long time about these bills and in opposition to them, and I don't do that so much anymore because I realize that every one of these bills serves not to improve the system, not to make it better, not to make candidates and elected officials more accountable or for it to be more clear to whom they are responsible. Although, interestingly enough, everybody knows, it just drives all of the money elsewhere. And it gives, if you're a candidate or elected official, no matter what your political persuasion, really, I think, many of you obviously don't agree, but I think you ought to be opposed to bills like this. Because if the money comes to you and your campaign, and believe me, donors would rather give it directly to you because they want you to know. That's the point, isn't it? Let's all be honest with each other here. They want you to know who their supporters are, who your supporters are, what they believe, why they voted for you, that they voted for you because you believe a certain set of things, and their continued support, though they never say it that way, their continued support depends on you continuing to believe and support the things that they think are right and good for the country. And that goes for both sides of the aisle. This is something that there's an awful lot of, I don't know, whether it's misunderstanding or wishful thinking about what campaigns are about, or how money is raised, and there's only a few ways, although with the internet there's even more ways, and it's pretty phenomenal. But anybody who's a congressional candidate of your colleagues, you may have some, will tell you they spend an awful lot on the phone trying to raise small amounts of money. I'm not sure it makes them better candidates, better elected officials. I think it probably means they just spend way more time having to raise money. These jobs don't pay very much. Why would anybody give that kind of money? Because the decisions that you make the votes that you cast are votes that matter for the future of your community, your state, your country. I mean, it always amazes me, and this is to the bill, because there are limits on county elections now that didn't used to be. What happened when we put limits on the county elections? Well, in a lot of counties, it was hard to raise that kind of money anyway. But I'm told that county commissioners make decisions about land use issues that are along the Front Range, probably not way out there on the Eastern Plains, but could be. Swing millions of dollars. Why wouldn't someone who has that kind of interest in the community do that? But there's always competition, and money doesn't buy elections. It makes a difference in getting your message out, but if it's not the right message, and if nobody believes the message that you're promoting, then it won't matter. I've seen that happen. If you haven't seen it happen, look around. I've seen well-funded candidates not make a dent on a not as well-funded challenger. The constitutional realities, which are not likely to change, and I hope do not. In fact, the constitutional reality I'd like to see is for the United States Supreme Court to strike down any campaign finance limit at all and say that the only thing that a state can do is to require candidates to report where did their money come from, how much was it, who did it come from, and to do so in a timely and useful way. And then the public can read, and they'll go, wow, Bob got large amounts of money from the business community. His opponent got large amounts of money from labor. Imagine that. That would even be useful. Because if I, as a Republican, didn't get lots of support from traditional Republican support groups, and you as a Democrat didn't get large amount of support from traditional Democrat support groups, voters probably ought to ask themselves, I wonder why they're not supporting that one candidate. Members, I might still have a chance to make dinner. That is, to make it to dinner. You wouldn't want me to cook. The senator from Alamosa says he might make bedtime. I'm going to end there for the moment. Hopefully, I won't need to come and respond to anything else. Members, I'm voting no on this bill because it's going to make the problem worse. It will not accomplish what it purports to accomplish. It will make the problem worse. Worse in the sense that not that there will be more money in politics, but because that money will be further away from candidates, further away from reporting, less known, less controlled by the candidate, and it'll still be there. I ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Grateful once again to the good senator from El Paso County for his ability to share that broad perspective and truthfully. he was right when he talked about money flowing to the organizations known as 527s. And regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, where you are on this bill, I just ask, have you talked with a constituent, a voter in the district you represent over the time that you've been involved? And that voter wanted to know, who said this? Or maybe the voter wanted to hold you accountable for something that somebody else said. Well, I got this postcard and it said this. How could you say this about that other person, that other candidate? And you explain, I didn't. Didn't know about it, can't know about it, don't have a comment. Well, you need to denounce it. Can't really do that. Some people might even accuse me of coordination if I deny it, if I denounce it. That's this weird, unaccountable corner that bills like this, to the good senator's point, over many, many years, one after another, bills like this have taken political campaigns, messaging out of accountability of one candidate versus another. This candidate said this, made this statement about his or her opponent. Who would be accountable? The candidate who said it. And we get further and further away from that. And it's more aggravating every election cycle for voters who say, why did you say this about that other candidate? Didn't. Can't know. Can't coordinate. They didn't run it by me. That would be illegal. No coordination between a 527 and candidates. That happened primarily because way back many years ago, voters were convinced that they were getting corporate money out of politics. Didn't happen. Now it's big donor private money out of school board elections. Yep. It will limit how an individual who has the ability to make large contributions, who could give money to a candidate, and then the candidate send out, or his or her own mail or web advertising or whatever, but this is my campaign saying this about me or against that other person or about this topic. And when it's that way, voters know where to go if they like or dislike the message. Why did you say this bad thing about your opponent? Or I agree with you on your point on whatever it is. But we get further and further away from direct accountability between candidates and their campaign committees, their message, and more toward what the press likes to refer to as dark money. You can use that phrase if you want to. It's easier to use that terminology when you're talking about an organization with which you disagree. But it's generally not dark money, other than it may or may not be disclosed as to where the money came from or who the group actually is, and that's frustrating for voters. But my friend and colleague, he only has 2 law degrees. I've got none. He's right. One step after another, one bill like this after another, one ballot initiative, constitutional amendment after another to convince people to vote against freedom of speech, to convince people to give up part of that freedom to express, but also the ability to go to a candidate or a campaign and ask for, demand accountability. Because increasingly, the candidates and their campaigns didn't send that piece of mail, didn't place that ad. And it's frustrating, it's more and more confusing for voters. So, assuming this bill gets 18 or more votes, probably 20, we'll take another step, or those who support it will take another step to limit speech in political campaigns, in this case, just school board elections, which are some of the most important elections we have. Those odd year elections, we elect a very few people to have nearly absolute control over almost unimaginable amounts of money. Meanwhile, most people in this state think that we control all that money here. No. In our state budget, we send a large share of their money out to them, but those school board directors decide how it's allocated. Remember, since 1876, the Constitution said local school boards have control of instruction in their districts. And courts have held since 1876 that in order to have control over instruction, that 5 or 7 member school board in all 178 of those school districts, they need to have control over their budget. They decide how their money's spent. That's why this bill is so important to those who support the candidates who support unions, groups of teachers in districts where there isn't a union. They like to say, we don't have a union. Yeah. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Yep. Might not have a contract, but they probably have a small donor committee or multiple small donor committees. They work together. You see funds coming out of small donor committees in other districts parachuting into another so they can win another school board and take control of that money. That's what it's about. So, I guess if you're in favor of more money being shoved into 527s and less transparency and less accountability and less understanding of who's actually saying what about whom, and of course, if you want taxpayers to have less control over those hundreds of millions of dollars in a district like mine, or even $1 billion or more in districts like Denver or Jeffco, then of course you're going to vote yes on this bill. But I ask you to vote no. Let's stop doing this. Let's allow people in places like Douglas County to elect a school board that's going to be accountable to people in Douglas County. Ask for a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1060. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1008?
House Bill 1008, Representatives Tipper and Soper, Senators Fenberg and Winter, concerning the federal requirements for the implementation of fertility coverage under health benefit plans.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for second reading, the passage of 10008.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg. Oh, Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
I've been up here so long that I was reflecting back on ancient history, as many of our speakers did today. The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank goodness we heard an aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Jerry's got a count on this school board's bill.
Oh, which one? Which amendment?
Which
amendment?
2500.
That's 2500.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. Are there more than one?
Yes.
I don't have time for more than one. Shall I just pass on one?
Please, thanks. After all I do, Senator, after
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met, and we had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read that very fine report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 53 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1168 is amended, House Bill 1024, House Bill 1060, House Bill 1008, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1089, 1165, Senate Bill 797, Senate Bill 114, House Bill 1049 laid over until 3/28/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar.
Holbert, this one's for you.
Will the clerk please excuse Senators Donovan, Kirkmeyer, and Scott? Senator Zenzinger.
I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the, oh, look what we have here. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title? Amendment, Cow Amendment 001.
Cow Amendment 001.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We debated at length a very important bill earlier this afternoon. There were at least 7 of us in the chamber at the time. It was about, quite frankly, First Amendment rights, the ability to speak, the ability to have your perspective heard with regard to elections, around the question of local school boards, around the question of how our children are educated. Nothing more important, perhaps, in the policy environment than those set of questions. This amendment speaks to the bill. The bill seeks to create a disequilibrium, if you will, a thumb on the scale. It seeks to give small donor committees, and quite frankly, the unions that have great influence over the control of the education apparatus, over control over the school districts, and over control of the election of board members of those districts, it seeks to give them a 10 times advantage over what an individual could do, an individual who cares about what's happening in their local school board. It says that, in fact, an individual can only invest $2,500 into a school board race, whereas the small donor committee of the Public Employees Union could invest 10 times that amount, $25,000. This amendment says, that's not what happened. As we debated that bill, we saw the light. We came to the conclusion that, in fact, it should be free and fair, and that $2,500 for the individual should be met with $2,500 for the small donor committee. And that's what this amendment simply says. It strikes the $25,000 for the small donor committee, gives them $2,500 as well, and therefore provides for a more free and fair set of elections as presented by the bill, as amended on second reading in this body, the bill being House Bill 1060. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for a no vote.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment Cow 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes?
Not enough. Not even close.
With a vote of...
That's CGI.
Oh, sorry.
That's CGI. That's not him.
No, that's him. Senators, Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez, Bridges, Buckner, Zenzinger, Lee, Winter, Janal, Rodriguez, Coleman, Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Hanson.
No two-dimensional characters today.
Henriksen. Fields. Danielson. Story. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 002?
Cow Amendment 002,
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 2.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. If for no other reason to see all of our smiling face colleagues on a Friday afternoon, I am proud to bring Cow Amendment 2. It was offered in debate earlier when there were far more people actually here in the chamber. But this, of course, is the critical amendment that makes clear that if a small donor committee collects revenues from employees of a school district and those donations are part of automatic payroll deduction performed by the school district, that of course the funds collected into that small donor committee would not be used in elections in that school district. I, of course, ask for an aye vote whether you are here in the chamber or here in Metro Denver or as far away as the location of the State Fair. Vote aye on Cow Amendment 2. Don't vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
I don't have Bellevue yet, but I will after redistricting.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Rodriguez, Janal, Bridges, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Zenzinger, Hanson, Fields, Pedersen, Henriksen, Story, Danielson. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Cow Amendment 002 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 53 is amended, passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1168 is amended. House Bill 1024, 1060, 1008 passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1089, 1165, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 114, House Bill 1049 laid over until 3/28, 2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the State Agricultural Commission for terms expiring March 1st, 2025. David Block of Yuma, Colorado, Democrat from the 2nd Congressional District, appointed Simon Martinez of Dolores, Colorado, Republican from the 4th Agricultural District to serve as a member from the state at large, appointed Roberta Meza of Brighton, Colorado, Democrat from the 1st Agricultural District, appointed Nick Train of Watkins, Colorado, and unaffiliated from the 1st Agricultural District to serve as a member from the state at large, appointed.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar, which includes members of the State Agricultural Commission.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, all of the appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Will the clerk please read the appointments to the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board?
Members of the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board for terms expiring August 5th, 2025. Joanna Ziegler, a PhD of Boulder, Colorado, to serve as a scientist from a relevant field, appointed. Malik Muhammad Hassan of Pueblo, Colorado, to serve as a member associated with cannabis-related industries, reappointed. Sherrod Marshawn Rogers of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member associated with cannabis-related industries, reappointed.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of the appointments to the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board.
Is there any discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. Heard these fine folks before the Education Committee, quality individuals all. It was interesting. One of the candidates, although they own property in Colorado, their voting residence is Florida. And when asked why they were appointed to a Colorado board when they lived in Florida or their voting residences in Florida, they said for tax reasons. And so I just want to call out to everybody that there may be certain tax advantages to living in Florida rather than Colorado. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request the senatorial 5.
We will stand in a senatorial 5. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request, or I will request, that the candidate of Malik Muhammad Hassan and Sherrod Marshawn Rogers be severed from the list of governor's appointees.
Senator Priola, would you like them all to be voted on individually, or would you like just one to be voted separately from the other two?
Let's do them all individually.
Okay, members, we will be proceeding by voting on each of the appointments individually. So we will take 3 separate votes.
Oh, good.
Is there the motion first is the confirmation of Joanna Ziegler to the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board. Are there any no votes? With 31 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, that appointment is confirmed. Members, next we will be voting on Malik Muhammad Hassan. The motion is the confirmation of Malik Muhammad Hassan to the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola, Gardner, with a vote of 29 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, that confirmation is confirmed, or that appointment is confirmed. Lastly, the motion is the confirmation of Sherrard Marchand Rogers to the Institute of Cannabis Research Governing Board. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Cook, Sonnenberg, Lundin, with a vote of 25 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, that appointment is confirmed. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 175, Senators Hansen and Fields, concerning the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle.
Transportation and Energy.
Senate Bill 176, Senators Hansen and Rankin, concerning funding of work required for early stage front range passenger rail corridor development.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 177, Senators Pedersen and Rankin, Representative Titone and Bradfield, concerning behavioral health system advancements in the statewide care coordination infrastructure.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 178, Senators Gonzalez and Van Winkle, Senator Gonzalez, Representative Valdez A. and Van Winkle, concerning the ability for certain marijuana licensees to change the designation of marijuana from medical to retail.
Finance.
Senate Bill 179, Senators Janal and Liston, Representative Lantine, concerning measures to address tampering with the motor vehicles emission control system.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 180, Senators Winter and Hendrickson, Representative Gray and Bacon, concerning programs to reduce ground level ozone through increased use of transit.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1295, Representatives Schroeder and Garnett, Senators Buckner and Fenberg, concerning the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith establishing the duties of the Department of Early Childhood and the Executive Director of the Department, relocating early childhood programs from the Department of Human Services and Education to the Department of Early Childhood, creating the Colorado Universal Preschool Program and making and adjusting appropriations.
Education. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bill 1157 amended is printed in House Journal March 22, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bill 1234, 1292, 1217, 1295 amended is printed in House Journal March 23, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bill 1272 amended is printed in House Journal March 24, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bill 1004, 1276, and 1213. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bill 3, 121, 76, and 105.
Message from the Reviser.
The House has adopted and returns here with Senate Joint Resolution 009. We hereby transmit without comment House Bill 1004, 1213, 1276 without comment and is amended House Bill 1157, 1217, 1234, 1272, and 1292 without comment and is amended House Bill 1295.
Message from the Governor.
Thursday, March 24, 2022. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the Office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 42, Colorado State Fair Authority Board membership, approved on Thursday, March 24, 2022 at 4:43 p.m. Senate Bill 52, medical assistance income eligibility requirements, approved on Thursday, March 24, 2022 at 4:42 p.m. Senate Bill 54, recommend community school for turnaround plan, approved on Thursday, March 24, 2022 at 4:42 p.m. Senate Bill 65, modification to county coroner's salaries, approved on Thursday, March 24, 2022 at 4:42 p.m. Sincerely, Jared Polis, Governor.
Signing of bills.
March 28, 2022, the President has signed Senate Bill 26, 83, 95, 108, and 115.
Announcements. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having consulted with the Majority Leader and Minority Leader, please mark me excused on Monday, March 28.
Senator Woodward will be marked as excused on Monday, March 28th. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long week. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work. But tonight, if you're looking for a little entertainment, 7 p.m., the Philadelphia Flyers will be here to play the Colorado Avalanche, who are still #1. Go Avs!
Further announcements. Members Thank you for all of your work this week. We do have one last thing to do, including you, Senator Gardner. Thank you for your work. We have one last item. Somehow we went through all of today, and I don't know about you, but I forgot to say happy birthday to Andrew Carpenter. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Mr. Carpenter. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Andrew. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until Monday, March 28th at 10 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, March 28th, 2022, which is not Andrew Carpenter's birthday, unlike today.